Kwalebu was, I think, 380.
380 Ghana cedis.
Yes. But private, some are 500, 450, some are 800, 860.
Per session,
yes.
You have to do 2 every
week.
Yeah.
Even if someone earns 5,000 Ghana cedis every month, that person cannot keep paying 380 cedis 3 times a week for dialysis.
Majority of the people who need dialysis to survive in Ghana don't even earn half of the amount mentioned.
Some people battling organ diseases end up losing their jobs because their companies cannot keep paying them for always being absent.
How are these people expected to afford the monies needed for dialysis as well as other expenses, talk less of the huge amounts they have to come up with for transplantation surgeries outside Ghana when they get donors?
It is because of these people that GhanaWeb in August 2023 launched the organ donation legislation campaign to push for the country to pass a law that will guide organ harvesting and transplanting.
As Kwalebu plans to increase dialysis fees, the situation requires quicker attention and action.
And so, we must get Parliament to start discussing the organ donation bill and pass it into law.
Now, when this bill is passed, more lives will be saved and the financial burden on patients would be reduced.
And that is why we need you to join us on this campaign. Join the campaign by sending a 1-minute video of yourself sharing why Ghana needs a legislation on organ donation now to editor@ghanaweb.com or via WhatsApp 0552 699 625. Alternatively, you can share the video directly on your social media handles with the hashtags #PassOrganDonationLaw and #LegalizeOrganDonationNow. Organ failure should not be a death sentence.
Emefa is my next guest on this episode of Everyday People. Emefa used to be a farmer in the Volta region, but was compelled to come to Accra because the farming she was engaging in wasn't fetching her enough money. Let's go and listen to her story. Oh, good afternoon.
Afternoon.
How are you doing?
I'm doing well.
And how is business today?
Good.
The way you are saying good, it means it's not good.
Yeah, somehow good. It's not good normal. So
why is it someone good? People are not buying or what?
Yeah. They are not buying the thing fast the way they have to go. They're not going like that. So
yeah. So Emefa, how many years have you been selling pure?
1 year now. Yeah.
You were in the Volta region and you moved to this place. So what were you doing in the Volta region?
I'm farming there. Yeah. Our is how good, better than our place. So
farming, people say farming is very lucrative. So why is that you left your farming job to come to Accra?
But because of the rain, when the rain fall, our plant, when you plant the thing will spoil, so you will not get anything from the planting you plant. So that is why I moved from that place to come here.
Okay, so far how is Accra?
Accra is good. Yeah.
Okay, so Emefa, when you were growing up, was it your wish to farm or come to Accra to come and sell, or you had hopes of becoming someone big in future?
Yeah, but I didn't get any person to prove me up to that level. That is why I'm farming.
What was your dream profession?
I want to be a nurse, but I didn't reach SS. Only GSS I reached, so I think.
So why did you drop out of school in JH?
Oh, if I end GSS, I don't have anybody to get me to SS. That is fine.
Where are your parents?
My parents are there, but they don't have anything to. Yeah.
How much do you make a day from this?
50 cedis.
And is it enough?
No, it's not enough, but we are taking it like that. Yeah.
So since you said you wanted to be a nurse, what are you doing? Have you given up on your dreams, or you are working hard to achieve that?
I'm working hard for achieve that, but yeah.
So would you continue to be doing this, or you have dreams of like you would stop and do other things?
Oh, if I get another thing, I will do it. I will stop this. But if, this one there, you work answer before you get something. So
I want you to give you the platform to appeal to people. What you want, how you want people to help you. In what way do you want people to help?
They should help me to sell. But school there, now I can't go to school.
You go to school?
I have the kids, so I cannot go to school again.
Where is that child?
At here.
He's also here?
Yeah.
The man who gave birth to him, is he also here?
No, the man was dead.
Oh, what happened to him?
She was sick 2 weeks, 2 days, only 2 days, and then we left.
So did he die here, or he died? Can I say it also contributed to the to you moving to Accra?
No.
You just wanted to come to Accra?
Yeah, that is right.
In what way do you want people to help you? I want you to say.
They can help me to, if I see any store or anything, I can do it.
So you don't wish to further the school again? Why you give? I thought you told me you will not give up. MFI, you told me you will not give up. You told me that you are working to pursue your nursing dream. So why are you telling me that you want to stop?
Okay.
You are not being truthful here. What do you want to do?
I want to sell my title. So by now I want to sell. Yeah.
School is.
Yes.
You think that will help you?
Yeah.
Thank you for speaking with us. She wanted to become a nurse, but it's because her family didn't have the means to fund her education. She dropped out in JHS. This is Diaba Eugenia reporting for GhanaWeb TV. Do not forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel, like and comment on our comment section.
Rasta for omo ti say onipa waji schedule oye dia one day omo yi oso atwede on fan kodu enko fan ko wie pada say dey emre bi asemo jan obo penalty money bo po no since that day Rasta for dabi udi agro na o ma open for kra anwo by force on wogumase coach ni dey udi so coach na nkasa onu ankasa oni angije onimu o hwe ni TV so no okasa kra udi so onye confident onye nipa mente bro for the ba onye nipa wo confidence bi ewo nimu because the way obesi akasa the way obesi ase bema pa wo gina so ni trimu a obotinu sakola ba hu ni je cho so ya bema ba nimu no o to sini bebre o to ni confidence bi ya wo nimu coach na tell you something oh o manu pa ne ba bi ntan na onko ro na yire ma nko di odo.
Okay. Wow. So as you can see, this entire place is like a refuse dump.
The person that stopped that toll collector, it caused a financial loss to the state, so he has to be jailed.
The Minister of Finance, Dr. Mohamed Amin Adam, recently announced government plans to reintroduce road and bridge tolls in 2025. The minister, who made this announcement before Parliament during the media budget review presentation, said this plan is part of a comprehensive strategy to support government, generate revenue, as well as support infrastructure management on the country's road network. Subsequently, the minister announced that Cabinet has granted approval for the establishment of a framework for the reintroduction of this road and bridge tolls. Today, GhanaWeb Business is here today to find out exactly what the state of these road tolls are. We'll be visiting quite a number of them, and then we'll see exactly what it would take for government to reintroduce these road and bridge tolls. We'll also see if we can speak to some experts on the matter to see exactly how much government will be spending, particularly at a time where the country is under an IMF program. And if you recall, government had to halt the collection of road tolls to allow for the introduction of the e-levy. We'll also be bringing you some thoughts on that right here on GhanaWeb TV. I am Mauli Aholemega. So we're here at the Accra Tema toll booth, and we'll be going in there. We have about 6 toll booths right here. This used to serve quite a lot of people that use the Accra Tema motorway. We'll be going in there to see exactly the state of how some of these toll booths are looking so far. So do come in. As you can see, I mean, there's virtually no activity here. We can see some things are bent here already. We don't know. I can see some glass on the floor there. So this is one of the posts where people used to work, and particularly we used to see a lot of the persons with disabilities manning a lot of these posts across the country. So as you can see, the entire place has been left in ruin. You can see bottles, you can see plates, you can see cups, you can see all kinds of wood. There's a wood here, I actually don't know. Okay, so this is it. So this is the state of one of the toll booths here. And we can also even see some electrical cables. Yeah, there's no lighting system. Virtually everything has been taken out from this place. Yeah, so this is the entrance, and this is the state of the toll booth. I understand some of them across the country have actually been destroyed. So we had to get, government had to get some excavators. Whoa. Government had to get some excavators to destroy some of them because government decided that they were not going to focus on the toll booths anymore. They were going to focus on e-levy. So this is another post here. This is quite smaller. Wow. So if you come inside here, you see quite a number. It's like the entire place is now like a refuse dump. We see all kinds of bottles, all kinds of rubbish, all here at the Accra Tema toll booth. And this is the state of some of the toll booths in the country. We'll be visiting quite a number of them. We're currently at the Accra Tema toll booth. And this is exactly the state of. We can even see some stuff that have been burnt already. So it means that there has been some activity going on here. I've seen some squatters around the area where the toll booths used to be, and there's virtually no activity here. There are no light bulbs. All the cables are off. Yeah, there's no security here. Initially, sometimes you find some of the security personnel here ensuring that the road network is safe and also free. There's also an emergency response center, and I think that was donated by the Ghana Red Cross. If you, let me just move. It's just right behind me here. That post was also like a health center for people who will be using the road and they may actually need some health attention or whatever. But as you can see, that post is also virtually empty. So basically the entire Accra Tema toll booth area is empty. There's no activity here. And if you look at the rooftop is virtually off. One side of the rooftop is totally, completely gone. We don't know the reasons for this. One side is gone, another side is still there anyway. I'm still taking a tour of some of the toll booths right here on the Accra Tema motorway. And as you can see, some of them are it's very easy to enter, but this one, it looks like it's been locked. I mean, but when you go to the back, you can actually see that the glass and everything has been broken. So if you look inside, you see all kinds of things. You see bottles, you see glasses, there's some slippers also right there. The entire place is in a mess. So it's whoever that's going to come here to renovate this place or fix it back again has quite some work to do. If you come to the other side, you see, it looks like, you see that there's been some activity going on here. We don't know whether there's some oil, there's some burnings. We even see some carpets and all of that on the floor here. We're still taking a tour of the Accra Tema toll booth to find out exactly how the state of some of the toll booths in the country are. As you can see, we can see emergency response first aid post. So right across there, the toll booth is there. There used to be an emergency response first aid post here. And as you can see, it looks like the entire place has also been left in ruin, exactly like the toll booth right there. We see all manner of things here. It looks like someone has been living here, but as you can see, the entire place it's in ruin. There used to be a water sink here to serve some of the police. I know some of the policemen spend some of their time here to ensure that safety on the road and all of that. As you can see, the entire sink is completely in ruin. You can see all manner of things. You can see there's a winter coat here, there are clothes, there's a dustbin, there are rubbers. There's a whole bunch of rubbish right here at the Accra Tema toll booth. And this is a first aid emergency response post, which is intended to serve people who may be in need of some medical attention whilst they are traveling on their Accra Tema motorway. And as you can see, the entire place is also in ruin, just exactly like the 6 toll booths that are right here. And this was also serving as some form of employment for those who were working here. So you have police personnel here, you have some nurses, you have some emergency response officers working here at this post. But once government decided to introduce the electronic transfer levy and then pull off the toll booth collection, it looks like their jobs have also been affected as well. As you can see, if you come up here, you can see the entire roof. It's almost off. The whole place is in ruin actually. You can see rubbish. There's even an emergency response box here. You can see it's written Ghana Red Cross plot 10. It looks like some donation was made to this emergency post to support the activities, but that no longer exists right at this point. You can see some of even the cables and the wires and the sockets have all been removed as well. So it's going to cost, it looks like it's going to cost government quite a lot of money, and we'll be finding out where exactly are they going to find that money to, sort of rehabilitate some of these posts, particularly the toll booths and also some of these emergency response centers right here on the Accra Tema motorway. This is a very major road because a lot of commuters use this road between Accra, from Tema to Accra, and also from Accra to Tema, and also to other parts of the country, going to the Volta region, going to Akosombo. If you are coming from Tema, you will ordinarily use this road to go to Accra, Tema, Volta region, Dodowa, and all the other places. So we are still taking a tour of some toll booths across the capital following the announcement by government to reintroduce road and bridge tolls in 2025. We've already had a tour of the Accra Tema toll booth. We are right here at the Ashaman toll booth, and we'll be going right here there to see exactly the state of some of these toll booths in the capital following the announcement by government to reintroduce road and bridge tolls in 2025. Government believes that this is part of a comprehensive strategy to support infrastructure management and also improve upon the road network. So fortunately for us, we have one of the toll booths here at the Ashaman Toll Booth Plaza opened. We just try and go in. Wow, it's quite difficult to go in. Okay. Wow. So as you can see, this entire place is like a refuse dump. You can see all manner of things right here. Cables on the floor, stones, rocks, bottles. The entire place is in ruin. The entire place is in ruin. You can even see parks here, food parks here. So it looks like some people have literally been living here. And this is the state of some of the toll booths across the country. We're here at the Ashaman Toll Booth Plaza to find out. We'll be speaking with some hawkers and also some residents who normally use this road to find out whether the call by government to reintroduce the toll booth in 2025 is a just one. So I have here with me Israel. He sells newspapers right here at the Ashaman toll booth. He's going to be sharing with us how the cessation of the toll booths have affected his business and also his thought. We'll also pick his thoughts on the reintroduction of the toll booth in 2025. Israel, welcome to GhanaWeb. How are you?
Thank you very much.
Yeah, so you've been selling newspapers here for how long?
5 years.
5 years.
Yeah,
now.
5 years now.
Oh, so you were here when government decided to cease collection of the road tolls. How did that impact on your business?
Oh, during those days, before they haven't closed their toll, I'm able to sell, let's say, 50 copies.
50 copies.
Yes,
okay.
50 copies.
Because there's a lot of stops.
Yes,
okay.
There's a lot of stop, and some people they watch the front page of the paper before they bought it. But nowadays they say the free toll, so they just drive across the distance, so they don't stop, unless one people who knows me well, so they stop, then they bought it for me.
So you've seen the toll booth since 2021. I know some of the persons that used to work here, they no longer have jobs and all of that. What do you make of that?
Okay, I used to meet some of them. They told me that, is it back? I said no. When they say, okay, the government promised them to give them, to pay their rest. Even to find them a different job. But up to now, they haven't heard anything from the government. So it's very, very painful to them. Me too, it's affect my business. But one, if it is there and they are not buying the paper self, even those big men, when I call the tool for them, they used to give it to me. So that if I haven't sell grana, I'll get something for my family. But since he closes, nothing has come. And they don't buy the paper too.
So now government has announced that in 2025 they'll reintroduce the toll booths. We know we're in an election year and all of that. Do you think it's a good call? And what do you think government should be doing? Should they automate it or they should let the people come back to work?
No, they should let the people come to work because they too, when they make it the other one automatic, it will affect them and they won't employ them again. So they should employ them so that they should come. One near me, about 2 or 3 people, they near me. So always when I go to, they ask me, is it back, or I hear something from them that are they bringing it? When I say no. So this year I heard it, I was very happy. But one thing is that I heard that they say they should bring it December, but I don't want it December.
You don't want it?
Yes, I want it right now.
So
yes.
You don't want to wait till?
Yes, I don't want to wait to December because it's affect my business.
You made mention of some of the workers here. You know some of them.
Yes, I know.
So how has the business been, and where exactly are they doing their business now? Now that the toll booths are no longer functioning.
Okay, I met some of them at where I stay.
Okay.
Some are hoping drinking bar.
Okay.
And they get the money small, so they hoping drinking bar. Some too, they are helping their mothers at home. Selling petty this thing.
So this is the situation at the Ashaman Toll Plaza. This road links many people coming from Ashaman, which is across the other way, into Accra, into other parts of the capital. And this is one of the toll booths. There are about 1, 2, 3, 4, about 4 toll booths here at the Ashaman Toll Plaza. And this used to serve many residents and also commuters and also hawkers here who used to sell some of their stuff on the road. We'll go inside and then we'll see the state of some of these toll booths. And as you can see, the entire place is locked, but you can see a bit of rubbish here. I see a broom there. I see some cardboards also lying down there. I see some pure water rubber, and I even see a shoe right there. Wow, interesting what we'll find. So it looks like someone has been living here already. You can see there's a big basin here. There's a bucket. There are some plates. If you zoom in there, there's a jute bag also in there. It looks like someone has packed their stuff here. I mean, we don't know. There are also some cables here, mostly disconnected, I think. So I'm sure we are safe. So almost a similar situation to the other one. Some of the chairs are still here. It's just dirty. The walls are off. The doors are locked. Okay, but that lock is still there. But I'm not sure we would have access to go in there. But if you come by here, it looks like this is like a station post. Okay, so I see like a switch, a power switch, a changeover switch right here. If you come this way, you see a changeover switch right there. So it looks like the electricity was disconnected, I'm sure, from 2021 after the cessation occurred. There's even actually an air condition there. Whether it's functioning or not, we can't really tell, but it looks like most of the stuff are still here. We see a lot of cables on the ground as well. There are some books here. I think some record-keeping books. Some of the sockets are still active right here. So I have here with me Mr. Daniel. He's also a hawker here at the Ashaman Toll Plaza. He's going to be sharing his thoughts with us on government's plan to reintroduce toll booths. He's also going to be sharing with us how the cessation of the road tolls have also impacted on his livelihood. Daniel, welcome to GhanaWeb. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you.
Yeah, so since 2021, we saw that the toll booths were no longer working. How did that affect you and your business?
Well, actually, we've been selling to our customers there before the road was closed down. Actually, since that time, our business has actually gone down. So it has actually affected us. So if the government says that they're going to reintroduce the toll, I believe that it's a good call.
It's a good call.
Yes.
So initially, how much did you use to sell, and what has the business been looking like from that point to this time?
Actually, we sell a lot of newspapers and then the different kinds of goods.
Okay.
So and after the newspapers, we have several cars who pass in. We know about the papers from around. But I'm not sure that the car pass, they be passing by. They don't even sometimes they want to buy, because
it's free.
It's free. So actually, when there's a road over here, there's a queue over there. Yeah, so we just go around selling to them. But when the road toll was closed down, no, everything gone down. So that's the situation.
So the government says it wants to reintroduce this back in 2025. Is that too late, or you want it to be early?
Actually, the problem is that before they can reintroduce the toll, there are several things they have to repair over here.
Yes.
So I believe that before everything can be ready, it will be 2025.
2025.
Yes.
Okay. So I have a young businessman here. His name is Shadrach. He sells coconuts just a few meters away from the Ashaman Toll Plaza. He's going to be sharing his thoughts with me on whether he believes the call by government to reintroduce toll booths is a just one. Shadrach, welcome to GhanaWeb. How are you?
I'm fine. What about you?
I'm doing very well, thank you. So, Shadrach, how has business been so far for you?
By God's grace, the business is going fine. As usual, everything is going fine.
Yeah. So remember, in 2021, government decided to stop collecting the road tolls. It's been about 3-4 years now since that. How has that affected your business?
So many ways. The market is not going as usual at first. Like if the toll booth was there, but the market will go on well, everything will go on well. But the toll booth is closed. Sometimes the coconuts don't finish early. So if they bring the toll booth, it will be better.
It will be better.
Yeah.
But in terms of the number of coconuts that you used to sell, when the toll booth was working and now that it's not working, how has the business been? Has it reduced or it's increased?
Yeah, reduced. Yes.
About how much? How much did you used to make in a day?
I make at least 500 cedi above.
Okay, that was when it was working?
Yes.
Okay, but now?
No.
How much?
Sometimes I'll make 200 cedi, 300 cedi.
So that's almost about 300, 350 cedis off.
Yeah. Sometimes I'll do nights before I'll get my money. Yeah, but if they bring the toll booth back, it will be good for us.
Okay, all right. But generally for you, we know we are in an election year and all of that. Government says that it will introduce this in 2025. Do you think it's too far? Or you want it to they should bring it right now?
They should bring it right now, definitely right now.
Why right now?
Right now. If they bring it right now, it will help all of us. Look at the man beside there. Because of the toll booth, the work is not going. He's selling newspaper. Because of the toll booth, his work is not going well. I think they bring the toll booth, it will be better.
It will be better.
It will be better for all of us. Yeah.
So I have everything. My good friend Anthony, he's an Okada rider here at the Ashaman. He's going to be sharing his thoughts with me on government's reintroduction of the toll booth in 2025. Anthony, welcome to GhanaWeb. How are you?
Thank you, I'm fine.
Okay. How long have you been here as an Okada man?
Oh, 4 years, yeah.
4 years?
4 years, yeah.
So you were here when the toll booths, they have stopped collecting the toll booths and all of that. It'd be good for you, or you think say, right now government say they won't introduce them back again. You think say it'd be good, or? Oh
yeah, it's a good idea, but before they bring it, at least the E-levy, they have to scrap it.
Okay, you want them to scrap the
E-levy?
Yeah,
the E-levy, yes. That's what I have to say.
But why do you want them to scrap the E-levy?
Oh, the E-levy, it's just like you are working and you are struggling, and at the end of the day, the government didn't provide any opportunity for you to work, and you are struggling. At the end of the day, they said the government say you are taxing you. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense at all. So at least, I think the E-levy, they have to scrap it and bring back the toll.
But you know, if they are going to bring back the toll, they have to renovate it. It's not in a good state.
Oh, yeah. And moreover, the person that stopped that toll collecting, it caused financial loss to the state. So he has to be jailed. Yes.
The person has to be jailed?
Yes, okay. He has to be jailed. Because at the end of the day, those days, we earn money from there. The government earns something. But now you scrap it. That means at the end of the day, we are not getting nothing. So the person has to be jailed.
So someone must pay for what?
Yes, because of causing financial loss to the state.
So we are still on the tours of the capital to find out the state of road toll booths across the country. We are here at Dodowa, a suburb in Accra, and as you can see, this entire place used to have a number of toll booths here where road tolls were being collected from passengers that normally fly this road. But there's a road construction taking place right here on this road. It starts from all the way the other stretch onto the other side. But as a result of that, they had to clear this entire toll booth. I think about 3 toll posts were right here, but all those booths no longer exist. And if you can see some of the damage right here, you see how some of the metals right here. So you can see that some of the pallets that were holding the post are still here. There's another side of the road that also shows the same situation right there. So this entire place, but it's very important to know that when you are coming on the other side of this road, you will see a signage that says toll booth ahead, 500 meters. But as of the moment, this toll booth no longer exists. To better understand the full impact of the cessation of road tolls across the country, our Ashanti regional correspondent, Nana Prepra, caught up with traders and businesses within the region, and here's what they had to say about a reintroduction in 2025, and they also shared their possible voting patterns ahead of the December 7 general elections.
As the only and quality machine assessor, I'm scanning to me. As not on one and problem. But only as I can about the Pumsa. Yes, I saw me my egg. Only saw me. The mamma is at you come to Abba. It was a muscle let as almost a son of Johnny Boy. Yes, here my fine star.
Someone now heard more, and I'll say, or more up close to no. Eddie, you love me, but what do you say?
May I say me? Because the minute baby, I'm a cacoya, you might have a man for another. Sabia, they are higher bank account, even if you are to there's all better money, I want you. It will be my yin and a boy. A bad boy or mine is also. Come a crack a crown. Or let me show the idea before pro, as a boy or mine. Your 2 moon, a higher mammy, your papa, your baby, and her, your little Panahaya, you couldn't be a sure, and one editor almost school. Eddie Bibia, Pinanano de Pirano, and Panacho.
From traders who thrived on the bustling roadside economy to transport operators now grappling with maintenance costs and fuel price hikes, the cessation of road tolls has had far-reaching impacts on their livelihoods. Our Bono East Regional correspondent, Frank Abwaje, caught up with some traders who ply their trade along some of these roads, and they shared with him the impact of the cessation of these road tolls on their livelihoods.
Aha, the plan say, they say, I'm not your one. Yes, a quan and yet. e de ka de duru an ma mo se e anya kwa na wo mo nye de enyina ya be sra sa do ba ya sra wo do ba po ache wo enti esra na se pa na chew to no ansa family ya sa ye wu
che mo ne bia no kure ni na wa ha me papa de enti America se wa ha me no ya no obi a de hwe no obi de hwe no ba university obi de hwe no ba josko obi de hwe ni kunu anene ma obi kunu kura anya adwuma so wa fa na ato ho so a wo ma wo nkola wo de hwe mu to butu ya na ye de hwe
anado de ni policy bia wo ye bia me nko ade manage mu na emom to butu no ogu na ahaye wo ye ya nko school tre se tonu ohun ya mobo na ye nsuso bia ebedie wo ye nsu adwuma heya na ye nkakra
Subsequently, our team in the Eastern region, led by Michael Obete, engaged some traders to find out from them whether a reintroduction of the road tolls should be immediate or done in 2025, as pledged by the government. Some of these traders and businesses also recounted their losses within the past few years that the cessation of road tolls has been in full effect.
Shutting down the toll booths it has really affected some of us over here, because when the toll booth was here, business was good, but now that it's not working again, we find it difficult to sell. Sometimes some of the drivers, they will also take our money away, but when the toll booth was here, the cars, they do slow down for us to sell, but now that it's no more longer here, they've been taking our money away, and it's really affecting us. So I'm pleading with the government so that you allow the toll booth to come back again.
When the tone is there, for my profit, I get it more. But when it's closed, now we are not selling anything anymore. When it's there, it makes the traffic and we pass through the traffic. But when it's over now, the things is not going on well like how it has been going for the first time.
Since the cessation of road tolls in November 2021, Ghana's roads changed forever, bringing an end to a system that had been part of everyday life for decades. But beyond the relief from queues and delays, this decision continues to affect the nation's revenue generation and road maintenance effort. For some, it was a welcome relief, a break from the daily life of traffic congestion. But for others, the tolls were more than just a fee. For businesses built around these stops, and for thousands of workers who man the booths, this policy shift marked the end of their livelihoods. Now the question remains, how and where exactly will government find the necessary funds to reconstruct some of these demolished road tolls across the country? Do share your comments and suggestions in the video below. Reporting for GhanaWeb TV, I am Mauli Aholemega.
What's your name? I'm Grace. Okay, Grace. We have a few days to elections. What will influence your vote in 2024?
Nothing will influence my vote in 2024. I am not voting for any party in this country. They are not doing anything. Practically, they are the same. When we vote them into power, they just come and they just do what they want. They don't even think about we, the voters, who voted for them to come in power. I am not voting this year.
So what will you do on 7 December?
Eat and sleep.
Kwalebu was, I think, 380.
380 Ghana cedis.
Yes. But private, some are 500, 450, some are 800, 860.
Per session,
yes.
You have to do 2 every
week.
Yeah.
Even if someone earns 5,000 Ghana cedis every month, that person cannot keep paying 380 cedis 3 times a week for dialysis.
Majority of the people who need dialysis to survive in Ghana don't even earn half of the amount mentioned.
Some people battling organ diseases end up losing their jobs because their companies cannot keep paying them for always being absent.
How are these people expected to afford the monies needed for dialysis as well as other expenses? Talk less of the huge amounts they have to come up with for transplantation surgeries outside Ghana when they get donors.
It is because of these people that GhanaWeb in August 2023 launched the organ donation legislation campaign to push for the country to pass a law that will guide organ harvesting and transplanting.
As Kolebu plans to increase dialysis fees, the situation requires quicker attention and action.
And so, we must get Parliament to start discussing the organ donation bill and pass it into law.
Now, when this bill is passed, more lives will be saved and the financial burden on patients would be reduced.
And that is why we need you to join us on this campaign. Join the campaign by sending a 1-minute video of yourself sharing why Ghana needs a legislation on organ donation now to editor@ghanaweb.com or via WhatsApp 0552 699 625. Alternatively, you can share the video directly on your social media handles with the hashtags #PassOrganDonationLaw and #Legalize Organ Donation Now. Organ failure should not be a death sentence.
With barely about 2 months for Ghana to go to the polls, the political temperature in the country is increasing by the day as the various candidates are crisscrossing the country, selling their policies to voters. However, choices electorates make may differ from one another depending on what informs one's decision to take that choice. So GhanaWeb has hit the Wa Township in the Upper West region to get the expectations of electorates and what will inform their choice of a particular candidate.
From Wa, we are advocating for peace before, during, after these elections. We are saying that anybody that emerges the winner is just our president. God chooses leaders for us. Thank you very much.
2024 general elections is just at hand. And who is preaching peace? You need to preach peace, I need to preach peace. We all need to champion the cause of peace to keep Ghana a safe place for all of us. I choose to vote for John Dramani Mahama because he has done it before and we have belief and trust in him that with the young crop of gentlemen he's breeding, he will repeat or make a better option for us. But the most important thing for us now is to still preach peace. Vote safely. Count your ballot safely. Make sure you propagate a good agenda for 2024. Thank you.
What is inspiring me to vote this year is basically based on policies. I'm someone that is much more enthused by policies. If the policies are good, I vote. And I think this year we need to vote for peace. Peace is what we all need to look at because when you look at the current state of the economy, there's a lot of uprising and all of that. So basically, peace is what we all need because we have only one Ghana. If there's a war, if there's a fight, conflict and all of that, we'll be displaced. So I think what we need to do is, if you are voting, have peace in mind because that's the ultimate. When we have peace, we have freedom.
For me,
in terms of this election, I would say that peace is very important during and before the election, because we know that it is the peace we all enjoy as a country, and particularly if after the election there are violence or any other issues, we usually say that it is the children, and that's the most important thing. It's children that suffer the more, and it is women that suffer the more. And so basically, once we love our sisters, we love our children, and we will not like them to suffer any of these violence, because we consider them to be part of the vulnerable groups, and as they are part of the vulnerable group, they don't have the strength to fight some of these things, so they are the people that will be affected the most. So I will encourage everybody to preach the message of peace, to ensure that wherever you find yourself during the election day, we ensure that there is peace during and after the election, so that we all stay peaceful, so that our children and our women will be blessed, and then we'll have a peaceful election that is upcoming.
The three things I will look for from a person to vote for him is that if the candidate can stop corruption, if he can bring employment to the youth and build the country, any candidate that can do these three things will win my vote. My colleague brothers and sisters, so check these three things from a candidate before voting for the person. My message in this election is that after you finish voting, don't stand there and bring any confusion. You just go home. In the evening, open your radio and listen to the results. Don't go out and cause any confusion. We want good, peaceful election.
I've always been saying that nobody should lose the strand of the hair because of an election. Let us all commit ourselves that we have only one Ghana. So anything that we can do to maintain the peace that we are in, because if we lose the peace, you can't do anything, no matter the type of work that you do. So if you know somebody who is trying to do something untoward, call the person attention that it doesn't help. Don't support people to do what's wrong. And we should love Ghana more than our political parties. So we should put Ghana ahead of our political parties. And when we do that, we'll have very peaceful election. So the election will come and go, and we'll still be Ghana.
We, as the president of the Ghana Journalists Association, it is our utmost responsibility to protect the institution of state. And that is what we are doing. We are preaching peace during election. We're also encouraging our people to be very circumspect in their discharge of their duty, and also make sure that they are guided by the ethics of the profession. We shouldn't avail our platform to be used for hate speech and to incite tension. I've been encouraging. We still preparing ourselves by training our people ahead of the election, especially in the area of fact-checking and also debunking misinformation, disinformation, malinformation, false news. So we hope and pray that we've got on our side. We shall cross this stacks. We will do everything possible to jealously guard the peace we enjoy in this country. Ghana is the only peaceful country within the sub-region, and we must be proud of that. We will do everything. We are going to make sure that we join us with all key stakeholders, including but not limited to the Electoral Commission, political parties or actors, and everyone who matter, to ensure that this election come peaceful and Ghana will remain the peaceful and the enviable country in Africa.
What I would tell Ghanaians is that it's still the usual elections that we've always been having. It should certainly be peaceful. I don't envisage any some mayhem or anticipating mayhem. No, It's just go to your polling station, go and vote, and go home and just get some fufu and eat, and don't disturb any other person. Except you don't have anything to lose. For some of us, we have a lot to lose. We have families. We just want to push the academic journey. So once there's anything, it's going to affect us. So we stay blessed.
With peace, we can do everything. Without peace, we cannot live. We can't go about our daily activities. So I entreat every Ghanaian to embrace peace. I stand for peace, and I want you to demonstrate peace in whatever you do before, during, and after the December 7th election. I stand for peace.
I had the opportunity to visit Freetown in Sierra Leone. I visited the amputees camp. I saw the results of war, and I also had the privilege to have an area view of the devastation that the war had caused to that country. It's the reason I will always stand for peace, and I invite you to also stand for peace.
About 20 days, Nancy, and any 3 days, you won't say US for to Amabano. I'm going to Amaba peacefully, giddy BNC. It's you youth. No Kotuaba, go and conquer Yigidi and conquer for ballot paper, ballot box via Kotuaba. Do 6 maybe I bet you kind of what kind. Say, Umufi say, you be your polling agents for home be intercepted, and you individual and politician be who are we who be any or best celebrate who or it will be uncle peacefully.
About 1 year passing, now Ghana, Yatna should be Musa Abedu and young Percy a best as we win. And never answer party for no, ya pamucho. Say Obina Awinia, Omufamanu Boko. Say Nipanu Swan Winia, more Mufayan Tokwa. Ntiga uwa swimbi awa de nyina nti ne me American say a pass swimbi
about 20 de asundwe ne yepe okọ na say NDC na akoto amano MPP na akoto amano okọ she box nu ma aye nkwa na unyame ntem asem nti me de me imagine say ba ya o de okọ na kogina polling box nu ma wa agent una anim ne okọ akoto amano nti ehun hia so be okọ kogina ho say okoto wi a entokwa na we watimi wakame e ka me nkwa de ka sundwe ne de ehwehwe tu de e ba you boss no una nim nipa okwa koto amano otuma no wi a o de hoja ho na akoba bia ofri bae tenkwane asundwe ene de yepe e my Ghana man nim
about one day I adwinche se ne be ya o koto aba ne se ne be ya daachi we abra bo be si yie sa ne ya tu nye se ntokwa se ma na bibia o se o du ani obi ade na ni tu form no hwe ba bia daachi e be boa no na sitremu ni ade tini we dem nyam smith ma kan no nyento kwa nya fi wotu abawi aboko wa kofia kwa kwatipe obawi atena kusi chama ye be declare
abato de memento aba menya kwa no ko bi akora nto no ko be karo bra o ma na etim no se ko fo Yesu Kristo kura ba di o ma we so a ni pa be polutu na adwe ndi mo mbato de me de wotu ye no kwa ko fie no wada de be wini bi o wini because ma wini a over him bro but me also we never hear me do 2 years na kwa kan bo bi ko tu ani e man ko nyasem and be paka cha mo ano no
obi ani me okoto ma no on ja se enti se me ko to ma we a do be wi ni su ni do be wi ni na do do su ni do be do su enti se me do su ani ko se man ha me se ma do su ma ko ko nzo kwa ana ma kire me ko fo se ma lu su na o ma wi a mi ntino mo fa kire na me ko ya ni ma bia e kwata nti abato de uru so wa lu su wi ni wa wi ni ana abato te
Most of the money in Ghana did not help those of us in the informal sector. It came in to either pay for roads, bridges, airports, major infrastructure, which were not even owned by Ghanaians.
My guest today on Election Desk here on GhanaWeb TV is the flag bearer of the CPP in person of Nana Akusia Frempoma Sapon Kuma. Your name is long.
Indeed,
Nana Akusia Sapon Kuma.
Yeah. No, you even left one. Nana Akusia Frempoma Sapon Kuma. It's the longest name in the yes, the longest name in the election so far.
Wow. And you were the Janto Hema.
Yes, so that's why I have such a long name.
Okay.
I would say the maiden name was the Akusia Sapon. That's the name I was born with. Okay. I was born on a Sunday. Then Sapon is my father's name.
Okay.
But by Ghana African tradition, almost every Sapon is also a Kuma.
Okay.
But it's not every Sapon that carries it, because the name Kuma is a heavy name.
Kuma, yes.
So basically, for us young people, growing up as a child, people teased me with the name, so I didn't carry that name that much. They would call me all kinds of names. Once they remember Kuma. And my daddy was very popular then, so the teacher would say, hey, Kuma, you know, so it's like. But yeah. I then became a queen mother, and then the stool name is the Nana Kushia Frimpoma, because my Frimpoma is my grandmother's name, who was a queen mother then. So I took the Kushia Frimpoma the second. So the name, the Jantua name is Nana Kushia Frimpoma the second. So now that I'm doing the political portion, and I did a lot with the Nana Frimpoma. I ran an NGO for the youth and children across the country for almost 25 years. So I couldn't just drop it, because people have known me as that, and for being a Doma, the traditional area, for the entire Doma traditional area, I couldn't just let the name go, so I carried the name. So it's Nana Akusia Frimpoma Sapon Kuma. So I've combined it with my father's name as well.
That's interesting.
Yes.
Now let's delve into politics, or let's say the main reason why we're here. On the ballot sheet, we have 2 women.
Yes.
And you're one of them.
Definitely.
How exciting can that be?
It's great. So for me, it just gives, especially the youth and the people of this nation, I've always wished that there's an option. Because we all have a lot of reasons why we should not vote for one or the other. Even if you look at the pattern of the voting in Ghana, look at what happened in 2016. It was an overwhelming 10 to NPP. Yet today, as we sit here, people are frustrated with the system. So what's going to be the option? Do they just go back? No. So we need to give them an option. And I'm so glad that the CBP option happens to come in me. And the CBP option is the Osagyefos option. The Osagyefos option is the one that really looks at the interest of the Ghanaian, the welfare of the people of this nation. So I'm thankful to God. That has always been my passion, to serve people, to do things for the nation. As a traditional authority, you grow up, or you in your environment, you always want to see the best. You want to help people. You want to see how people prosper. And for me, I've believed all the time that the best way to help anybody, especially as a woman, is to help the person's children.
Okay.
If you let the children succeed, you help the mother. Because the mother's desire is to see that her children succeed. Every mother, from conception, you just take care of the child right from birth. I mean, even in the ovaries, everywhere in the uterus, you just take care of the child till the time that the child is born properly. If you have to avoid alcohol, I used to love beer, but the moment I conceive, no beer.
Yeah.
I won't take it. Nothing. I always take only the things that I know is going to let the child, the baby, the fetus grow and become healthy. So that is what it is. And it's like that till whenever you go to your own grave. So as a mother, that is what I bring to the table. What is it that would make Ghana be the best for every child, not just mind-blessed children?
Looking at
every child.
Ghana's political space, do you think women are given enough opportunity?
I would say absolutely no. Even the numbers clearly shows that. How many women are into politics? How many are in the decision making? And yet we know that it's not just people who implement, but the people who make decisions at the helm of decision making. They are the ones that are supposed to consider everybody because they're policy makers. So women are into doing in leadership today, but in terms of decision making,
you don't really get to see the women.
Not yet. And yet, the decisions that are made affect over 50% of the populace who are women. And then you take a chunk part of the populace who are young people who are then under the care of women. So it is so important that we consider women in everything. However, what I have come to realize is that if the women want to wait and be handed over power or leadership, it won't happen.
So unless women rise to the occasion?
You must present yourself. You fall in the process. It's not going to be easy. It's very difficult. In fact, it's so annoying sometimes as a woman because you can see clear. I don't want to always feel like people are being discriminatory, okay? Because then if you don't take care, you even see the other positive side and the good side of being a woman. But it's very, very, very obvious when you are in leadership position. The kind of things that they throw at you, the kind of decisions that will be taken for granted other places, you need to work extra for it. And even when you do, you are called names. So it's not easy. And I'm glad that I've gotten this opportunity. I let it to be so that it becomes like some sort of hope for other people that don't wait for it. Especially if you know the story, how far I've come. I've come through a lot of struggle to get here. Major struggles. Within simple things, you understand? So, yes.
Looking at the question I asked you, I want to find out, should you become the president?
I will be the president.
Are we supposed to see a lot of women in your government?
First of all, women will present themselves. That's what I'm trying to tell. There are a lot of women who are qualified, you understand? But they're hiding. And for obvious reasons, especially like I'm saying in politics in Ghana, there's so much debt thrown at you. There's so much that comes at you when you are trying to rise up. And so for that reason, there are lots of qualified, good women who are just not ready for that game. Even when they are ready, their husbands, their children will tell them to hold on. I strongly believe that even as we've started, there are a lot of women who have come out in the open trying to support. And they tell you clearly, because they know that a woman's touch is needed today in this country. So yes, I would make a conscious effort to ensure if the two people are qualified, I'd consider the woman. And I would consider the woman because I want more women to come into decision-making positions in this country. It is important. Not because they will have to take over the men, but to supplement and work together. Even if it's equal. If it means that in parliament would have not this 13 to 15% that we have, would have equal numbers. The deficit is too much.
Yeah.
It's too much. So I would definitely push and consider women absolutely.
Sure.
If I had a choice, I would even have picked a woman as my running mate. But I didn't have a woman readily available that could come and people. But I really didn't mind. If two men can do it, two women can do it. There's nothing wrong with that.
Sure. Let's now move to the main issue that is, or let's say it's trending now, the Galamsey issue. As we're on our way here, people are still demonstrating, they're protesting. They need an end to this because our water bodies are being destroyed.
Rightfully so.
Those who protested have been arrested and are going to be arraigned before court on the 8th of October. This thing has just been back and forth with no solution in sight. What would you do differently?
And let me first of all say congratulations to all the youth out there and women. Get up. Let's not your children be the ones on the streets alone. Let's all go join them. It is absolutely necessary. This should have been done some years back. We've sat there till this time. And we are still demonstrating. It should go beyond demonstration. You have to see it with your own eyes.
Have you seen our rivers?
I have done even a video online. I've been there physically. I went to do a program, and on my way, we passed through the bridge at the Ankobra River. And I love crabs. So I saw some boys with crabs. I said, hey, let me go buy some. Then it just dawned on me that this crab is coming from not far from wherever. And you turn around and you look at the river, and it's not even Milo. Because even nobody will make that kind of Milo for their children. Me, I'll beat my child if he does that. Because it means that he puts all the tin of Milo in one teacup. You understand? You should share and make sure it stays for a month or something. But this is a combination of coffee, Milo, tea, everything combined. And we call it river. We call it drink. And this is what the women are selling the shrimps and the crabs from. So after I bought and negotiated and came on, since today till today, 2 years from now till today, I hardly can eat my crab. That I really love crabs. I hardly can eat them. Whenever I bite into it and I'm chewing it, then I remember. No, it's not accepted. At that time, I asked you, me see man sobbing fan to one bomb. I say, yeah, that's what I was waiting for. That women will get up. We must get up for our children. So if we have sat there as adults, and young people are doing this, they have families, they have to go to work. We need to be sensitive to this situation. This situation is beyond demonstration. It's beyond demonstration.
So what will you do differently?
Instant, the day I swear that oath, and I can say this with my water oath that I said, there'll be no galamsey in Ghana.
Why do you want to wait till you swear an oath before?
Because I can only
take up the challenge. Like now that they're even protesting, I believe you can equally join them.
I have at least written to the chief justice that they should relook at the condition, that what they've done to the youth, because yes, I don't believe in excesses, and it's always there when you go on demonstration. So it is important that you work with the law enforcement, because we cannot have indiscipline in the system. The law and authorities must work. So when they say don't pass there, you must follow that instruction. So I do not agree that people went off their way. But at the same time, I can say also that the reason for which they went to demonstrate must supersede anything that could have gone wrong. And so for that reason, the judiciary must overlook this and look at it and give them a bail. A bail, they must be given a bail. Why do you put somebody in remand for 2 weeks just for demonstrating against something that can kill you, and it's already killing you anyway? How many people, do you know how much you have been affected by the chemicals in that water? Listen, the problem that we are facing with galamsey, it's no more a human discussion anymore. We need to rise up. It makes us not feel like we are human beings. The fact that we have gold shouldn't be a curse. It should be bring prosperity to the youth and for us. So we cannot continue to mine the gold the way we are doing. That is our resources. Let's put a halt to it and let's restructure the system. That is why we have the Ghana Bashers. I can assure every youth listening to me, though we would halt the production or will halt the galamsey, guaranteed you would own the gold. Take my word on this. You would own the gold. There will be no galamsey, but the gold will be yours. Therefore, what it means is that you would mine the gold in a more professional, sensible, humane way that would keep you and your generation to enjoy.
Before they mine the gold to make it theirs, what happened to the rivers?
You mean before they mine?
Before, like when you come into power, that you were saying, like the Ghana Bashers, that they will take the gold and make it theirs to help them as Ghanaians. What happened to the rivers? The rivers that have been destroyed over the years.
Precisely.
How are we going to treat them?
There has to be. That's why we have authorities. There has to be some people with speciality who we would employ to know how we convert this. Even the seawater can now be turned into drinking water. If we can do that, it means that we must find a way of taking the chemicals out of the water and ensuring that we do not continue to pollute the water. That is no reason. The fact that it's been gone wrong today doesn't mean that we must make it continue. We have a responsibility to ourselves and to humanity and to our children and their children's children. We must make sure the environment stays better. That is what human beings are supposed to do. Technology is supposed to make life easy and better for us. Any technology that destroys your life and destroys the life of the next generation is a curse. And that is what we shouldn't allow. Our system would hurt galamsey. However, in addition to the Ghana Bashers, which is the funding that we are going to give to every young person, including every galamsey person listening to me, every one of you, whether you are 2 million of you, 10 million, because it's going to 20 million young people, will have an entitlement of 20,000 Ghana. That 20,000 Ghana means that 1,000 of you would have access to 20 million Ghana cedis. That 20 million is what that investment, that cooperative, that corporation that you would have a shares in, is what will be used. That would run the equipment that is needed to import the equipment to make sure that you have your whether it's medium scale mining or whatever mining that you need to have, so that you'll be able to own the mines and the gold.
I want us to explore the Ghana Bashers and then the 20,000 million, right?
20,000 Ghana cedis.
20,000 Ghana cedis.
For 20 million people. 20 million youth.
For 20 million youth. And how are we going to get that money?
It's the simplest portion of it.
No problem. We'll explore that further after this break. So the show is still Election Dex here on GhanaWeb TV with me, Patricia Roxanne Hammond. My guest is still Nana Akosua Frimpoma Sapon Kuma. We'll be right back after this break. Welcome back from that quick break. It's still Election Dex here on GhanaWeb TV, and my guest is still Nana Frimpoma. Before we went to that break, you spoke about 20,000 Ghana cedis?
Yes.
For 20 million youth.
Precisely.
How are we going to get that?
Precisely.
Because Ghana is struggling. There is no money. Cost of living has skyrocketed. And I'm wondering where we're going to get that money for 20 million youth?
Yes.
Can you explain further?
Thank you. The point is simply this. It's just, let me just make a little analogy. It's like owning a property in a very high traffic area, like let's say in Accra, in Laboni or cantonments. And it's on a 1 acre plot. And you have a very small property that your parents had. You've mortgaged with it. Your father is not there. The mortgage is now a lot of payment. However, somebody walks in and realizes that this land that is lying out here is worth millions. You don't have to sell them. So let's find a way of getting some sort of investment where you turn the rest of the property into a commercialized kind of activity, so that activity would pay for whatever you owe in that property. And now you even make extra. We owe so much money, but it's in infrastructural debts. Most of the money in Ghana did not help those of us in the informal sector. It came in to either pay for roads, bridges, airports, major infrastructure, which were not even owned by Ghanaians. So we owe almost 800 billion, which has skyrocketed and has really brought so much inflation. And because everything in Ghana is imported and not produced here, what we've ended up doing is having a high living level of living, and people getting frustrated. We can't make income. So Ghana Bashers is still going to be about half the money.
Which is one of your policies.
Yes, which is the policy that we are bringing along. It's what is going to make Ghana work again. It's going to take Ghana from the informal sector to the formal sector. It's going to make sure that the galamsey, the people who are just working as laborers and working and getting under the coming out from the mud and working in those chemical water and polluting our waters, are now going to have funds to be able to own the mines. The big difference here is this: that money which was taken to bring in the equipment to own the mine is the same gold that you are taking that is going to pay for the mines. That money is what's going to take to go to the farmer. That is why we say that under our policies that we would fade out whole and cutlass farming. There will be no hoe and cutlass farming in the next 4 years by the time we are done. What my great-great-parents used to do is gone. It shouldn't happen again. Nobody should go farm for 2, 8 hours, 6 hours, and then that becomes the way of living. And he still has to survive with just a hoe and a cutlass and a basket. So the Ghana bashers, where is the money coming from? It means that that money is going to buy the tractor, the combined harvester, the irrigation, everything that is needed to turn that small petty peasant farmers into commercialized farming. But they would own it. So it takes the petty trader, petty farmer, petty business person, the tabletop business into making cooperative and corporations. How is it going to be functioning? How is it going to take it so that from the galamsey system, as we see today, under our administration, it will end overnight? The moment we take it off, because we have a system, as I mentioned earlier, called the government at your doorsteps, which means that wherever you walk to vote becomes your government center. It means within any government center, you would have more than 8 to 1,000 families, because that is how the voting system is structured. That is why when you go to some place today, you might have you might have one voting center. Then the next time you go there, you might have another 2 or 3, because the people have moved in there more. They base it really about the per household, how many human beings, how many adults, eligible voters are in that area, where eligibility means from 18 and up. So with the Ghana bashers and with our policy of bringing government to your doorsteps, it decentralizes and localizes every policy to the point where now, if that was in place before, when the government said that they were going to put, when the president was putting his presidency on the line and gave the whole galamsey issue to somebody that we all trusted, we would have had today, because the government at your door center, any young person there could have walked to the center and made a report. They could have put in the data to know how many youth in the area would be affected by giving the concession to one person, which would force these other youths to take their farms and now turn them into galamsey and try to get the gold as well, because somebody else is now coming to take their minerals under the earth and they own the land on the surface. So government at your doorsteps would see and get the report. You don't need to send anybody. You don't need no task force. It's supposed to go there, because the people within that community would come and make their reports. And that report with an AI system today as we have it would not take that information that will be put there and taking it to the various departments that can work on it.
So now we have the Ghana, okay.
So the Ghana bashers is going to be the medium with which we would change the economic order of Ghana, and it will affect Africa. With the policies that have been implemented for the past 32 years by these two parties, they are neoliberal policies which says that we have opened our doors. Private sector is the engine of growth. We don't have capital, but we say that we're going to do one district, one factory. So you come in there, you come up with an idea, brilliant idea, it will be approved, but the bank are supposed to give you a loan, and you don't have the money. So the German company, the Italian, the Chinese, who can have access in their countries, now will bring the factories here. Nobody, and listen to me clearly, nobody is going to own the factories. You, the Ghanaian, would own the factory with the Ghana bashers. Any idea that you have ever dreamt of, any ideas that you are dreaming today, you will not have to worry about whether you have money or not. If you have an idea and it's put together, you just need to find enough young people, old people, blind people, deaf people. It does not matter. A Ghanaian is our child. A Ghanaian is my child. My son can walk or might not walk. It doesn't matter. I'll feed the child. So every Ghanaian would have equity. So you can then convince enough people who would put their shares allocation in that business, so that that business becomes the factory that will be running anything that you have dreamt of. That is what we intend to do. Agriculture will be the first, and then the value chain down agriculture would be that. That is how we'll set up the new industry in Ghana, not owned by foreigners. So at any point where foreign companies want to come, they would only come in and partner with you. You would have the ownership and they will partner. That debt is nothing. 25 billion is only small money in the face of the trillions that Ghana will be making based on the creativity, ingenuity, and the energy of entrepreneurism that we'll be bringing back to the Ghanaian. The Ghanaian is an entrepreneur, and we as a government will give you the base and the support so that that spirit of the Ghanaian, the spirit of never giving up of the Ghanaian youth. Let me give you something before I finish. Okay. You see the Ghanaian youth, everywhere that we, the adults, have not come their way in their in terms of living to their fullest, they have excelled. Whether it's in football, all the youth has to do is find some small football. They don't need even a pack. They even use they don't need a boot or anything. They will practice in that village until morning and evening after school, until they become the best in dribbling and things. And then before you realize, they are the Asians and others, because they did not need an adult. If they needed an adult to put a pack and buy the footballs and things, no Ghanaian would have developed. So my point here is this: the spirit of the Ghanaian is the best asset that we have. They are the same boys who walk down the street, save a little money, buy a backpack. They will walk through the desert and get to Libya. Then go into capsizing boats, end up in Italy, end up in Germany, and now Ghana. They call them the diasporans. And before you realize, the economy of this country has the most coming from the diaspora. So my point here is this: if we have that energy, why don't we give them the capital for them to use their youthful energy, the persistence and never giving up spirit, which is already inborn in them? They don't give up. All the businesses you see, from the Mark Zuckerberg, go and read about how he did the Facebook. They had one already. We had what we call MySpace and things. Find out how they developed that, and you understand the story of never giving up. And all you need is just a system and a structure to support you. We have cracked the code. I am telling you, the Ghana Bashes is the coke that the Ghanaian needs to be able to unleash the potential and the God-given spirit. We are supposed to be the most religious country in the world. That was by Gallup poll. You can go and check. Why? Why do we have so much lack and poverty then? Because the adults we have not put in structures and systems that will take your dream, help you live your dream. By me also investing in you, then all of us will rise up.
I can see you're so passionate about Ghana Bashes. Let me just make it this way. Ghana Bashes is one of your policies.
Yes.
Government at your doorsteps is your second policy. And then your third policy is the agriculture.
Agro-show.
Agro-show.
Agro-show. S-U.
Agro-show.
Yes, agro-show.
Okay. That is where you're going to revamp all the factories?
Yeah, that's the agro-show is the foundation upon which we will take the peasant farmer system into commercial industrialized farming, as we used to do in our time, which was called the state farms. But instead of just coming straight with the state farms, because there's a certain disconnect now between the Ghanaian and public ownership. Okay. The Ghanaian now, and the depth of corruption in this country today has brought a certain disconnect from people. So anything that is for government, nobody cares. So you need to bring back ownership and a certain ownership of people feeling that they are part of a corporation, of a company, so that they can work towards it. So we have bridged that state partnership thing to the point where the farmer, the agro-show simply states that no farmer in Ghana would farm a produce. If you plant your cassava, your okra, your tomatoes, your onion, just as we do with the cocoa, the moment you plant, you have money. You don't have to worry about who is going to come there to buy your watermelon and get it rotten at the farm. I believe it's a crime against everybody, the farmers, that they now have to spend their day As you spend your day at work, they spend their day at the farm for 2, 3, 5, 8 hours. And then at the end of the day, she has no idea to know that the next village, the next neighbor, also cultivated maybe 3 acres or 5 acres of the same watermelon.
Okay.
And then before you realize, there's so much watermelon in the system, and she has to now worry about how she sells the watermelon at the farms. It's not going to happen under administration, because we believe in technology and we believe in every human being, everybody.
You came into the elections 2 weeks ago.
Yes.
And we have 2 more months to the election. Are you sure you're really prepared for this?
Because
you know, other political parties have already campaigned, like I think from the beginning of the year, and you only have 2 months. Do you think you can? Here.
That is why I'm talking to you. You have a large speech, and it is my belief that for even the Ghanaian in the diaspora, we don't have time. If I tell them the policy that we are bringing to affect them in that diaspora, they would love us. So I want to trust that 2 months is such a long time from walking to the polls. Mm-hmm. It's on the day of poll. When you have voted, it's finished. But before you vote, you know what is right for you. Ask yourself the right questions. How much money are you bringing home now for your children, for your family, for your wife, for your parents? Those who be reading. Because I used to read GhanaWeb every day, me and my daughter, when I was in the US.
Oh, okay.
Those of you who be reading, how much money are you bringing now? You might change the dollar high, but that dollar has no meaning anymore, because Kenke is now 20 cedis or more. So here is the point. Organize yourselves. Tell your brother, your cousin, your mother to organize themselves at the polling station. Let them take the message and send it to the person at the polling station. And if they send it to the people there, because with our what do you call it, government at the doorsteps, what it simply means is that you don't need to walk to the district center. You don't need to look for your assemblyman or your minister. You don't need your parliamentarian. You just need that 10 people that we are going to have at each polling station who will be manning the center. You just need to walk to that polling station. And if you can't walk, there's even a website that you can go to. So if you walk there, you can crawl there, if that's all you have to do, and tell them this is what you're looking for and that you are ready for your Ghana Bashers. We are bringing a system in place where you can register for the Ghana Bashers right away. Let me tell you this. Don't let anybody deceive that 2 months is a short time. We only need you to talk to your brother, your wife, your mother, and your cousin, and you yourself to vote for yourself. Because when you vote for CPP, you'll be voting for the Galamsey, but you'll be voting to own the gold. When you vote for CPP, you'll be voting for yourself today and your future. Because the gold will not go to no company. I don't want to mention international companies here. But nobody is going to hit a gold vein and say that, and their shares will go. Your shares will be the ones going up. So if you ask me, we have a lot of time. The good news is that this is the Convention People's Party. Mm-hmm. It is the party of Osajifo Dr. Kwame Nkrumah. And I believe in the spirit of the Ghanaian. I believe in the Osajifo spirit that is ignited in all of us. Osajifo spirit is not about his legacy. It is about selfless dedication. Anybody listening to me that has something to contribute to his life, to your life and to Ghana, and you wish you were in Ghana, you wish Ghana was working, how's Ghana going to work?
Now, our time is limited, but before I go to education, I spoke about the high cost of living and the fact that people in the diaspora cannot invest in this country because of the high interest rates and other things. Those other ports are also complaining. Those importing goods are also complaining. The charges are so high. There was a video recently where one man was saying that he bought a car for $10,000, but the duties alone is $30,000. And what would you do about it if you should be the president?
Very simple. You see, when you have a solution, it looks so simple that people don't understand. Just like Osajifo was talking and crying, that African unity, people thought he wanted to bring himself and become a king or something. No. Today, we know that without that African unity, we are still struggling. Because if you had united, we would have the power and the strength to be able to put our resources together. You know something? Whatever we are saying that we will be doing when we get power, when we get the authority with every Ghanaian, that government at your doorsteps is your government center.
Looking at education, this government has introduced free SHS for the past 8 years. What will you do differently? Is this something you will continue, or you're bringing in a new initiative altogether?
For the past 8 years, in 1966 is when CPP was overthrown. Before that time, there was free education. This Fourth Republic, when CPP came back to power, one of our cardinal policies, as we are coming up with the Ghana Bashers, the government at your doorsteps, and the agro show, one of our cardinal policies was free education to the university level. From kindergarten to university.
So indirectly, I'll say you're continuing.
We will continue, but let me tell you a little twist.
Okay.
Based on the structure today, and release it much later. For those of you who can afford, because of technology and the way we'll set it up, would let you pay for it. But it will be free to those who can't afford. That's what I believe.
From primary to
the university and to the PhD level. Why should my daughter? They had the same access from high school. When we went back to the USA, she was then I left and I came here. I couldn't support her the way I support. She went to the top school, Princeton. She finished her PhD because she was determined. I believe that the systems should be put in place for everybody. No Ghanaian should be left behind. No youth left behind. No child left behind. Everybody must matter. So if you ask me, education under the Convention People's Party will be not just theories you can't apply, but it will be education that works with with corporation, with private sector, with government, to ensure that the skills that you are learning and that you are acquiring can be used to improve your life and to improve the community and to improve Ghana. So it will be proper education. And listen to me. The way we structured education in Ghana, it makes it look as if you don't know how to chew and pour, if you can't speak English well, we won't do that. We'll go beyond it. Today, technology.
To everyone.
Oh yes, technology has made it possible that I can speak my language and you will understand and talk to me in a different language. Would empower that. Because you see the Segleme, I would immediately turn that Segleme into an IT hub. And bring all the youth in the Mamobi, where do you call them again? Nima, all these young boys who are into Sakawa that we are trying to put in jail, I will convert them into productive citizens. And all the young boys in tech and Legon who have also studied about how to code, I'll put them together, 2,000 of them, they'll be paid fully.
If you are voted into power, and you become the president of Ghana, you'll be making history by becoming the first female, or should I say, the first woman to be Ghana's president. How is that feeling like? Because right now, I know you are just, should I say, you have already conscientized yourself that this election is a done deal.
Precisely. The truth is that by sitting here, I already made history. I'm the first female to be voted into the Convention People's Party as the flag bearer. Number two, I'm also the first female to be voted into a party that has won power before. So history is there. And me, the reason why you see this passion is because even though it looks like you are saying, we have only 2 months, we've worked. I've worked for this position. I've fought internal fights. You understand?
To get here.
So I know the spirit of not giving up. And I got here not because I wanted to be president, because I have a mission. And the mission is to give the country back to the youth of this country. I want to give it back to them. Because like you see the youth who went on the street and he's now in prison somewhere for 2 weeks. Some people, as I'm telling you, if you put them there, by the time they come home, their house will be burnt. My children are already grown. I'm not saying that I'm ready to die, but what else am I looking for in this world? I just want to make sure that I leave a legacy that my father left, that my uncle left. And that is to say that the Ghana that we fought for, the independence that we fought for, was not just to enrich some people's life. It was so that the youth who supported our father Osajifo, who took him from what do you call it? Ododiodo. He was in jail when they voted for him. They used the term to take him out. So that youth is the same youth I'm counting on, that they would use their tongue to stop the galamsey. They will use their tongue to stop the escalation of the dollar. They will use their tongue to set up the factories again. They will use their tongue to take ownership of Ghana, so that any investor that comes here would only come to partner, just as was done in Dubai. It is not so that they come in and take over the country. What we have here today, if you don't take care, all the people promising you will bring this investor, we might end up where we one day will get up. I'm not scaring you, but there are parts of Africa where people start burning themselves because they don't own anything. I want you to take back this country and own what God has given you. We will give you the resources. If you have the energy and you want to work, you would work in Ghana. When you travel outside, you'd go there for holidays. You go there for investment and partnership, not for anybody to take over here. Ownership is what we are giving back to you.
Ownership, yeah.
Ownership.
Thank you very much. Nana Kushia from Poma Sapon Kuma, flag bearer of the CPP. I'm grateful for your time, and I believe the youth have also heard you. So I'm wishing you the best in the upcoming elections. And the show has been Election Decks here on GhanaWeb TV with me, Patricia Roxanne Hammond. At the same time next week, be nice to one another.
I wish everybody to open up his brain and think well and choose a good person who can take care of this country. Not only people who comes in and say only what they want to say, convince people and give people what they small things, and then they go and put them on power. Then later on they start suffering. We don't want that kind of whatever. So I wish Ghanaians to think well, to choose their choice. They should think twice. They should sit back and think very well for so many years. If it's good for you, it's not good for your brother. If it's good for you, it's not good for your daughter. So you have to think well. Think very, very well. Who is the best person? I'm not for NPP, I'm not for NDC. I'm for the whole Ghana. So you guys should think. The way the white people are thinking, think like that. You shouldn't think like stupid. They give you 100 city, 200 city, you vote. Your future is very, very miserable. You guys should think well. How many years you are suffering? These people are for themselves. Don't you see the way their children are enjoying? You don't see what they buy for their kids? You don't see the cars they are using? And then you follow them? Think twice. Ghanaians should open up their mind. Not that only they say, hey, no. They shouldn't trust anybody. They should sit back and think what their father is earning, what their mom is doing, what the brothers are doing. So they got to open up their brain and wake up. Wake up. Not this guy or whatever. They should think well. The future is more great.
Me voting there, I even told my colleagues I'm selling my vote, because whether I vote for you or not, I'm still going to suffer. So when you give me an amount of 1,000 and I vote, I think I have something better in it. Whereby me going to vote just free like that. No, I will not vote free. When you give me money, I'll vote for you. I'm selling my vote. That's to me. Because after all voting, I'll just come back, ride my motor. It's not like I don't have good grace. I'm having good grace in the house. Nobody to help.
A little over 15,400 people living in Ghana are living with kidney diseases. Today on the Health Focus Show, we'll be talking about what kidney diseases are. I am Elliot Aitinwete, and I'll be doing this with Ruth Forsyth. She is a medical practitioner at Medcare Plus. Ruth prefers to be called Asantwa, as I'll call her Asantwa on the show. Hello, Asantwa, you're welcome.
Thank you very much.
Yes, briefly, tell us what the kidney is, then we can delve into what kidney diseases are, and then the subsequent questions would follow.
Okay, so when we talk about the kidney is one of the major organs in the body, and each individual has two, naturally, unless you come with an abnormality and you have one. So you have two kidneys, one on the left and on the right, located at the back. Okay, and what the kidney does is it acts as a filter in the body. So the blood that goes through the body, from your brain to the heart, all the parts of the body, it goes into the kidney. Then the kidney filters this blood, removes the waste from it, removes toxins from it, and then removes excess fluid. And then it produces urine for you to pass out. It also helps to produce red blood cells, which is good for circulation of oxygen in the body. It also helps with bone formation. Yes, so this is basically what the kidney does.
In its function. So what then is a kidney disease? Or when do we say someone has a kidney disease?
Okay, so when you say someone has a kidney disease, that means the person has a condition that is impacting the functioning of the kidney to be able to filter your blood and then produce the urine, to be able to remove the toxins, to be able to remove excess water. So if you have a disease, it means there is a condition that is going to prevent the kidney from doing its function very well. Basically, these are
what are the types of kidney diseases? I'm saying this because most often when you hear people talk about kidney diseases, it's all about chronic kidney disease. Sorry, is that the only type of kidney disease we have, or there are just subtypes, and this happens to be the most recurring one among Ghanaians?
Okay, so when we come to kidney diseases, it's not just the chronic. You know, we have the acute kidney disease and then the chronic. Okay. Acute means it came within a very short time. You saw the symptoms very early. Chronic means it's been with you for 6 months and more. That is what some literature is saying. It's been with you for 6 months and more, and it's becoming a lifelong condition. Then you say it's chronic. So when we look at the types of kidney disease, yes, we have one that is the glomerulonephritis.
The word you can break that down for us who are not in the medical field.
Yes, glomerulonephritis is very simple. All we are saying is when you go into the kidney, you remember I mentioned the kidney filters your blood. Yes. It has small filters in it, the glomeruli. Okay. Nephron relates to the kidney, so we just combine the two words. Okay. Then glomerulonephritis. It means there is an inflammation in these small filters, okay, that is impeding the kidney from doing its function very well. Okay. Another disease you can talk about is UTI. Okay. That is a urinary tract infection. It sounds simple, it sounds common, but you see, when you have a urinary tract infection and it's not treated very well, it starts to grow up. It starts from the tube that comes outside, brings the urine out. If it's not treated, it climbs into your bladder. Still not treated, it goes up and then goes to your kidney. Then we call it pyelonephritis. Okay. This is another type of kidney disease. Okay. And then we have one disease we call lupus nephritis. Lupus is an autoimmune disease. Autoimmune means once you are there, your body's immune system starts fighting its healthy cells for no reason. Okay, so lupus nephritis means your immune system is fighting its healthy cells, but this time it's targeting the kidney in particular. That's why we've added the nephritis to the lupus. And then we have one, Berger's disease. Berger's disease means, you know, we have immunoglobulins. These are kind of antibodies that the body produces. For unknown reasons, like autoimmune diseases, the body produces a lot of the antibodies, and then it pulls up in your kidney. Once it pulls up there, it puts stress in your kidney. Then now the kidney begins to swell up. Then it becomes inflamed. This is another type of kidney disease that we are looking at. And then we have the analgesic nephritis. Analgesic comes from the word painkiller.
Wow.
That's analgesic. So when we
How
say...
I wish I can say what came to my mind when you mentioned that, but you tell us exactly what it's about.
Yes, so you know there are certain people who do take in a lot of painkillers.
Okay.
It could be over-the-counter painkillers like paracetamol, ibuprofen, diclofenac. Okay. So if you take too much of these, we give these to you in the hospital on prescription base. Okay. There is a dosage. Yeah. If you take too much of it too often, it tends to harm the kidney. Then we call it analgesic nephritis.
Is that the reason why, not related to kidney disease, but is that the reason why people advocate for the use of more traditional and herbal medicines? Because they say that sometimes when you take this biomedical drugs, it tends to affect your kidney. Is that the reason why people are advocating for that?
In a way, yes. You see, we have different schools of thought.
Okay.
I, for one, will go first for my orthodox medication because that is what I am used to. That is what I've been trained with. Okay. People prefer to use the herbal medication, not because the orthodox ones are going to destroy your kidney. As I mentioned earlier, medications are good. Until you take it the wrong way, they become a poison.
Yeah.
Yes. So even if you go in for a herbal medication and it's not the right medication and you take it the wrong way, it can still harm you. Okay. Yes. So yes, people do use that as a reason for choosing herbal, but on both sides, if not used the right way, it can still harm you.
We'll talk about the causes of kidney diseases, but I'm more curious about, among all the types of kidney diseases that you've stated, which one is more recurring among Ghanaians?
Recurring among Ghanaians. When you take women, for instance, you find UTIs coming very common.
Okay.
Why? Because of the way our genital has been made. Our urethral canal, it's very close to where we defecate from. So it's easy for microorganisms to travel from the anal region to where the urine comes from, the urethra. Okay. So for women, it's common to have UTIs. Also, when it comes to people who keep urine on themselves for long, they tend to have what we call the kidney stones, where you have crystals forming, and then it's blocking the duct the urine passes through. And then you have people who abuse painkillers. They will have more of the analgesic nephritis. There are people with lupus syndrome. They will have more of the lupus nephritis. So across different categories, you may have one that is showing up so much.
Is it safe to say that the type of kidney disease a patient might have is, say, proportional to their environment and then where they find themselves? So if I'm a woman, by the fact that I'm a woman, I'm going to get the
urinary tract infection.
Thank you. And then if I take more painkillers, that is when I'm going to get that one. Okay, so let's talk about lifestyle and how that makes it more prone to getting kidney diseases.
Okay. So when you come to your lifestyle, actually we've been mentioning it along. So if you are a lady who doesn't practice very good personal hygiene, you are prone to UTIs, prone to kidney disease if you do not treat it. Another thing is, if you are not eating very healthily, you are putting yourself at the risk of hypertension, diabetes. These affect your kidney as well. If you are someone who takes a lot of medications unprescribed at your own will, then you are putting yourself at risk of a kidney disease. These are some of the lifestyles that will help you to put yourself at a higher risk of getting the kidney disease.
Is chronic kidney disease the same as kidney failure? Because in Ghana, most of when we are talking about kidney diseases, those are the ones that pop up the most. So it's that the person wants to look at what dialysis is, and to the best of my knowledge, understand that the moment you are going through dialysis means you are at the chronic stage. So can we say it's the same thing? And if it is, how do such persons live? Or what would you recommend? What lifestyle decisions and then lifestyle choices would you recommend people at that level emulate?
Okay, so when you say people at that level, we are looking at people with a failure.
Yes.
Kidney failure. So first, to answer your first question, chronic kidney disease is not kidney failure.
Okay.
Chronic kidney disease means the kidney disease has been there for a very long time. It's been with you for a very long time, past 6 months, maybe years. But once the kidney fails, then it means the kidney is not working. Okay. So we have stages of the chronic the kidney disease. So we have 5 different stages. And it's at the 5th stage that will diagnose you of having a kidney failure. So we have the stage 1, which is mild to normal, because when it comes to rating you for your kidney disease, we are looking at how much your kidney is able to filter your blood. And there is something we call the estimated glomerular filtration rate. It's a big term, but all we are trying to say is there is a rate at which your kidney should filter the blood. Yeah. So when you come, we do our test, and it's able to tell us, okay, so your filtration rate is at this point, is at stage 1. It's at 90% to 100% stage 1, you are very fine. Your kidney is very good. When you come to stage 2, then it means you've dropped to 60, okay, to 89%. Okay. Then we are saying you are stage 2 of chronic kidney disease. The kidney is still fine. You are still okay. Maybe we are just seeing some proteins in your urine. Then you come to the stage 3. Okay. Once you get to stage 3, then you've come to 30 to 59%. Okay. Then we are saying now your kidney is compromised. If we are not careful, it's going to progress and it's going to fail. So there you now see the person beginning to have symptoms of hypertension, feeling weak. Then we come to stage 4. When you come to stage 4, you are almost there. Now, the disease is severe. At that point, the little push, the kidney fails. So kidney failure gets to stage 5. Okay, so you have the chronic, which has stayed with you for 6 months and over, and then you have the kidney failure. Now the kidney has shut down. It's not working, or it's working, but very, very weak. Then now, the treatment modalities come in. Okay. Do we have to give you a new kidney, or we have to put you on dialysis? Okay. So depending on your condition, available resources, then we may decide to choose to put you on dialysis or to get you a donor, which is not so easy.
Which most of us understand the difficulties that comes with treating kidney diseases, like you've mentioned. So looking at the types and then the stages of kidney diseases that you've mentioned, it could be that there are a whole lot of people that are walking around and are closing to kidney diseases but do not know about it. How do we identify that someone has a kidney disease or someone is more likely to have a kidney disease?
Okay, so symptoms you may look out for to say maybe this person is having a kidney disease. Most of the time they'll come with weakness. Okay. They're almost tired all the time. Okay. Little exertion and then they are tired. Okay. Their blood pressure is skyrocketing. It's always high. People with kidney diseases usually will come with some swelling. Okay, swelling of the face, swelling of the hands, swelling of their ankles. Then when you see stuff like that, you know, okay, maybe the kidney could be compromised. They begin to urinate a lot. There are certain kidney diseases, once you urinate, you see it foaming up. Okay. So you go to the urinal, you pass the urine, and you notice it's very foamy. You should be checking it. You woke up in the morning, your face is swollen, especially around your eyes. That is a periorbital swelling. Okay. You should be checking from your doctor to see if your kidney is compromised or not. You feel like vomiting. You vomit sometimes. All these things will be telling you that probably your kidney has been compromised. So then you come in, we do our thorough assessment, and then we'll be able to confirm whether it is a kidney disease or it isn't.
Wow. It has been thrilling so far and very inciting. Elliot, if you just join us here on the Health Focus Show here on GhanaWeb TV. My guest is a physician assistant with Medcare Plus. She is Ruth Forson, and she prefers to be called Asen. So let's go for this quick break. When we return, we'll be talking about treatments. Welcome back to Health Focus here on GhanaWeb TV. I'm Asen Kushia. I still have here Ruth Forsen. Before we went for the break, we're talking about kidney diseases. I want us to look at some stereotypes associated with kidney diseases. So there are people who believe that kidney diseases cannot be cured because they are spiritual, and no matter how well or how early you start treating it, there's no cure for it. The moment you are diagnosed with a kidney disease, it's either you are healed at a prayer camp, a church, or you die. Another one too is that if you go sometimes, especially private hospitals, they intentionally give their patients certain drugs for them to develop kidney diseases, and then they can make financial gains of them. And there are those who also believe that if you have kidney disease, the best way of treating it is through herbs. Have you heard some of these stories about kidney diseases? How true are they?
Okay, so yes, I have heard a lot of these stories, and the first one that says when you have kidney disease, you can only pray about it and go to the prayer camp. Well, yes, I am a Christian, and I believe in spirituality as well. I do pray when I am not well, but I seek medical help as well. That is why people have been trained with the knowledge to be able to treat conditions like that. So I personally advise, once you are praying about it, you also back it with the medical aspect as well. And there are treatment modalities. So once you do both sides, I think it's better.
On a lighter note, because you said you are Christian, do you believe that kidney disease can be caused spiritually?
I'm yet to see one. But what cannot happen on this earth?
All right, but is there any medical backing to treating kidney diseases with herbal medicine?
Okay, so with my few interactions with herbal doctors, usually when you are in a chronic kidney disease state, they take you off the herbal medication because the kidney has been compromised. We are trying everything to reduce the burden on the kidney, okay? So most of the time, herbal doctors will put you off your herbal medication and then take care of it based on the treatment modality, what is causing the problem as well.
One stereotype I forgot to mention earlier is that, so in the wake of kidney diseases and then discussions around dialysis, what have you, there are some people who believe that now smoking marijuana, weed, and other drugs contributes largely to people developing kidney diseases, lung failure, and what have you. So they have substituted it for shisha. Is that something that people who cannot avoid smoking go with as a substitute to say smoking marijuana so that they do not develop kidney diseases?
Okay, so quitting marijuana, going to shisha, shisha also has its own components in it that are harmful to the body. They are harmful to the lungs, they are harmful to the kidney, they are harmful to your liver as well. So it's not a substitute. It's just another form of danger. So the best is to quit the smoking. But obviously, if someone has been addicted to smoking these substances, we usually wean them off. We don't take them off completely. That is when you have them bouncing back and then going to other alternatives. But moving from weed to shisha is not the solution.
Dear viewers, let me be your fan police. So if you think you're avoiding kidney diseases by stopping the smoking of marijuana to smoke shisha, then Ruth is telling us that you are getting it all wrong. It cannot be that way. So just stay away from smoking entirely. Now let's talk about treatments for kidney diseases. Are you able to prescribe treatments to kidney diseases based on the levels, or there's just one generic treatment for everyone?
Okay, so it's not one size fits all.
Okay.
Initially, we mentioned different types of kidney diseases.
Yes.
And it depends on what the cause of the disease is, and then the extent of the damage. If you have come to us and you are at stage 5, I am not now going to prescribe medication for you to take 2 times daily. You see that kind of treatment? No. When you are stage 5, it means the kidney has failed. It means your blood is not being filtered. Toxins are all over in your bloodstream. You are not able to produce the urine. The treatment modality now comes to either putting you on dialysis or getting you a new kidney. If you come and you have, say, lupus nephritis, which is an autoimmune disorder, then there are medications that are able to deal with the immune system attacking the healthy cells. That is another treatment modality. So it all comes back to the cause of the kidney disease as well as the extent of the damage that has been caused. That will inform us what treatment to give to you.
But classically, what are the types of kidney treatments we have?
Okay, so depending on what caused it, there may be medications. Okay. And then there may be the dialysis. Dialysis, we have 2 types. We have the very common one everyone knows in Ghana, which is the hemodialysis. That is when you come to the hospital, or you can do it at home. We put a needle in your arm. We actually draw the blood through a machine. The machine cleanses your blood and then gives it back to you. Wow. Because your kidney is not able to do that. So we take it out, the machine cleans it, and then puts it back in your body for you.
The machine now becomes your kidney.
Exactly. Then we have the peritoneal dialysis. That one is not so commonly done. That one, the peritoneum is the inner cavity of your abdomen. Okay. So there is an incision made, and then there is a part that the blood is put there. And then, you know, inside the peritoneum, we have very tiny blood vessels. Okay. These serve as the filters. Okay, so they put the blood in there, and then it filters. It's just that for that one, you have to do it for a very long time, and it's very frequent than the dialysis. And then we have the transplant, where we give you someone else's kidney, depending on how available it is, how your body matches, your blood group is matching, and all that. Your body not being able, it's not rejecting the kidney. That is another treatment. But if it comes and is acute, we look at the cause, and then we may be able to treat it for you. If it's failure, then we may either have to take it, give you a new one, or we'll have to clean your blood for you.
Now, you've spoken about the medical aspects of treating it. Is there a way we can treat or manage kidney through our diet? Is there any relation? Because there are some people who say the moment you start feeling pains in your kidney, means that you are taking meat at night, so you should reduce the level of, or the intake of meat you take at all times. Does diet play a role? And then, what do you advise for people who are undergoing treatment?
Okay. Yes, diet plays a role, because everything you eat, okay, after absorption of your nutrients, it goes back into the blood will go to your kidney will filter it. If you are eating poisonous stuff, if you are eating unhealthy stuff, it will all come back to you. With this issue about eating a lot of meat at night, if you take in too much of protein, you see, proteins are good. Animal proteins are good. Plant-based proteins are good. But if you are taking too much of the animal proteins, and then it becomes a burden for the kidney, that is when you start having problems with it. If you are taking too much salt, okay, like you have your food and then you still sprinkle salt onto the food because you are not getting the taste you want. Exactly. Too much of the salt, the sodium, is harmful for your kidney. There are certain fruits that give you a lot of potassium. Example is banana. Banana is a very good fruit, but taking too much of it gives you too much potassium and becomes harmful. There are fruits that contain dairy products that have phosphorus in it. Too much of it becomes a problem for the kidney. Okay, lifestyle, you are smoking, it becomes a problem for the kidney. You are taking in alcohol, it becomes a problem for the kidney. So basically, when you look at it, everything we usually advise for hypertensive patients as well as diabetic patients pertaining to their diet, their lifestyle, exercising, it all flows to kidney diseases. So that is the same modality we use.
Are you able to say, give us a guide on what we are supposed to take in? Because you mentioned, I like salt a lot. So anytime I go to the food joint and then I feel like I'm not tasting the salt, I add more. Now you're telling me that that practice alone can result in me developing a kidney disease. So at what point are we to say that this is enough salt? At what point are we to say that this is enough meat? At what point are we to say that my intake of alcohol, is too much?
Okay, so with that one, we have diet plans for each individual per their health status.
Okay.
So amount of meat I will be taking will be different from what you may be taking, because maybe we've done your vitals, we've done your lab tests, and we've notified some abnormalities. Okay, so as to give you a specific diet plan, say take 1 chicken drumstick a day or eat 1 banana a day, I may be misleading you, because I would like this to be in a diet form.
Okay.
Yes, because once you say it, someone goes out there and then they eat what they are not supposed to eat, or they go out and then say, oh, you said salt is not good, I'm not eating salt at all. Okay, meat is not good, I'm not taking in any plant-based protein. Then now they end up losing their proteins. Malnutrition will set in.
Yeah.
Yes, so there's a diet plan for each individual. But you see, the basic rule is too much of everything is bad. The salt you are putting on the fufu with the soup already has the salt in it, but you just want to taste the extra salt and feel it. Yes, that is why you put it on there, but it's actually wrong. It's actually wrong. It's just to taste.
Does exercising every day ensure that we do not have kidney failure or a kidney disease? Or what role does exercising play in all of this conversation?
Okay. Exercising on its own will not prevent you from getting kidney disease. What exercise will do is that it will help you avoid certain conditions or slow down the process of you getting it faster. Let's say hypertension. Hypertension has its own way of causing kidney diseases, because when your blood pressure is extremely high, it's going to destroy your blood vessels. Okay, so when you come in, we advise you to do some exercises, because when you do it, it helps the blood vessels, like the arteries, to relax. They become very elastic, so they're able to reduce the blood pressure for you. Indirectly, it goes to affect your kidney. Then we say, when it comes to diabetes as well, exercising, okay, is going to help. Changing your diet is going to help. So when you come for diabetes counseling, come for hypertension counseling, we recommend the exercise, because when the exercise takes care of diabetes and hypertension, it will in effect take care of kidney disease. And mind you, diabetes is one of the highest causes of kidney disease. Why? Because diabetes on its own, when the sugar is very, very high, it has one way of destroying your blood vessels in the kidney. And when the blood vessels are destroyed, especially the arteries, it means that your kidney itself is not going to get enough oxygen-rich blood, nutrient-rich blood. It means the kidney is going to suffer and die.
And it won't be able to filter out blood.
Exactly. And then another thing is that when your sugar level is extremely high, it destroys your nerves.
Okay.
The nerves in the kidney. So now, when the nerves are destroyed, something like your bladder, when it's full, you do not have that urge to know that my bladder is full, let me pass urine. So you store the urine for long. Once urine is still stored there for long, it gives you a high risk of having urine tract infections. You understand? So once you have the urine tract infection, pooled up urine there, you are diabetic. That is what bacteria, sweet urine, they'll be in there, and they'll cause a lot of infection, leading to kidney diseases.
Let me draw you back to the treatment. So you mentioned that at the chronic stage, we can either treat a patient with dialysis, or we can look at organ donation.
That is at the failed stage.
At the failed stage. Thanks for the correction. What's your thoughts on that? I'm asking because at the moment, GhanaWeb is championing a campaign called the organ donation, and we've been able to get a discussion at Parliament, and we are hoping that it gets passed soon. However, there are a group of people who believe that if we are able to make that into a legislation, it's going to be used as an avenue for organ harvesting. What's your thoughts on that? Organ transplants, and do you think it's about time we have a legislation on that?
Okay, so even before the bill will be passed, we still hear stories of organ harvesting.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly. From where I sit as a health practitioner, I think organ donation is good. Once the donor is healthy enough to survive and the recipient's body is accepting it, then that is a way to go. We have 2 kidneys. In the worst of cases, you can survive on 1. So if that 1 kidney is very healthy for you to survive on, I think it's a good gesture to donate it to a relative or a loved one. I will go for that because it's one way of saving someone's life, especially when God has been so generous to give you 2 and you can survive on 1. If the need arises, why not?
Okay. So that has been our discussion on health focus today on GhanaWeb TV. We spoke about kidney diseases. We're taking through the types of kidney diseases, the stages of kidney diseases, lifestyles that make us more prone to having kidney diseases. We look at treatment. And the last thing we touched on is that there should be a legislation that allows for kidney transplants. My name is Elliot Aitenwete. Today's show was done with Ruth Asante. Ruth Forsin. Asantewa. She is Ruth Forsin. She is a physician assistant with Medcare Plus.
Yes.
Let's meet same time next week.
Kwalebu was, I think, 380.
380 Ghana cedis.
Yes.
Okay.
But private, some are 500, 450, some are 800, 860.
Per session,
yes.
You have to do 2 every
week.
Yeah.
Even if someone earns 5,000 Ghana cedis every month, that person cannot keep paying 380 cedis 3 times a week for dialysis.
Majority of the people who need dialysis to survive in Ghana don't even earn half of the amount mentioned.
Some people battling organ diseases end up losing their jobs because their companies cannot keep paying them for always being absent.
How are these people expected to afford the monies needed for dialysis as well as other expenses, talk less of the huge amounts they have to come up with for transplantation surgeries outside Ghana when they get donors?
It is because of these people that GhanaWeb in August 2023 launched the organ donation legislation campaign to push for the country to pass a law that will guide organ harvesting and transplanting.
As Kolebu plans to increase dialysis fees, the situation requires quicker attention and action.
And so, we must get Parliament to start discussing the organ donation bill and pass it into law.
Now, when this bill is passed, more lives will be saved and the financial burden on patients would be reduced.
And that is why we need you to join us on this campaign. Join the campaign by sending a 1-minute video of yourself sharing why Ghana needs a legislation on organ donation now to editor@ghanaweb.com or via WhatsApp 0552 699 625. Alternatively, you can share the video directly on your social media handles with the hashtags #PassOrganDonationLaw and #Legalize Organ Donation Now. Organ failure should not be a death sentence.
Hello and welcome to Election Dex on GhanaWeb TV with me, Malia Hollimaker. My guest is Dr. Bernard Tutu-Boahen. He's a political analyst and we'll be delving into election dynamics for the 2024 polls and what exactly is at stake. Doc, welcome to GhanaWeb TV. I'll give you a fist bump. How are you?
Thank you.
Yeah, many thanks for your time.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yes, Doc. So we have a very interesting election real soon. We have an incumbent vice president seeking to contest. We have a former vice president and then about 2 independent candidates. Those are the notable ones. What exactly would you make about this particular 2024 election?
All right, so let me start by extending warm greetings to viewers and also to you and your team. I think that the 2024 elections, will go down in history as one of the probably the remembered, election in Ghana. The reason being that, as you've earlier, stated, we have an ex-president, coming to contest in order to complete his second term in office, as mandated by the Constitution. And then we also have a sitting vice president, though not the first of his kind, but a sitting vice president also contesting under the endorsement of a sitting president and a former president. And then when you look at the other side, that is the side of the NDC, they also have a female vice
candidate, presidential candidate,
yes, vice presidential candidate also, supporting. Again, when you check from the 2 leading major political parties, you see their wives, the wives of the candidates, also actually playing a vital role in their campaigns. And you see that even strategy, the political marketing strategy, check the branding, of both
the billboards in town and all of that.
You see a complete transformation in the branding approaches of these 2 major political parties, and even some, independent, candidates who are in there. We can talk of Alan Tramatin, we can talk of
Cheddar.
Nana Poku. I think that it tells me and gives me the hope that Ghana's democracy is actually developing. And when we keep to this pace, I think that it is going to be one of the best, in the world. So far, just to even talk about one of the best in the world, you see that when you check the global statistics in terms of, voter turnout, Ghana is one of the best countries or democracies enjoying high turnouts. In fact, when you check, you will see that some jurisdictions, voting is compulsory, but the ones that voting is liberal, you see that Ghana is one of the best. And actually, we've not gone beyond, below 60% voter turnout since 1992. And I think that it is really good for us. So I think that the participation, of the citizenry in terms of campaigning, in terms of elections, is quite encouraging. I also see the EC, also doing something significant in the sense that they probably are working, with all major stakeholders within, the electoral, environment. And I feel that, yes, it is one of the best that can probably happen to us as a country going forward. And these are things that gives us hope, that our democracy is taking shape.
Great. Speaking of democracy taking shape, we have about 18 million registered voters on the current voter register that we have. What issues do you think would impact on their decisions as they head to the polls?
Actually, you see, when you check the 1992 elections, election history, one of the fundamental factors that normally affect election outcomes has to do with apathy and absentee voting. And this is something that probably will reduce. So that is why normally you see, how do you call it, the voter population, and then you see the turnout population as well. Now, when absentee voting hit a certain threshold, then what it means is that the legitimacy of that election will be lost.
So that means it's not going to give it some credibility.
Exactly. And that will be some kind of...
and that will impact on the EC's integrity.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Not just the EC,
but the whole country.
The whole country.
Yes. Yeah.
You understand? So it is one factor. Again, check, spoiled ballots can also reduce the numbers below the 18.6 million.
Yeah.
And spoiled ballots is also one of the things that has been dangerous, with regards to a political party and their performance. Because normally spoiled ballots will go against one political party,
and one will gain the other.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So the one that
it's a loss and a gain as well. Yeah.
So if your constituency or your core, constituencies are recording so many, spread ballots, then it means that your chances of winning power, is going to reduce. All right. So these are some complex, analytics, within our politics. So we live in a country where, you see that illiteracy appears high within certain regions and within certain constituencies.
And I think that's the reason why we see some of the candidates out there, they themselves holding some of the ballots and teaching the people in some of these communities how to go to the ballot box, vote, which numbers to vote on, and all of that. Because I realized that the education, we are beginning to see some form of voter education. And what exactly do you make of that?
Yeah, so I think it's good. I think from the beginning of last year, I did some data on spread ballots.
Okay.
All right. And related it to the fact that it is very important for political parties to, as it were, team up with the EC and probably, educate people, not just EC, but even NCCE, to educate voters on how to vote and how to vote rightly. Okay, so a kind of voting literacy. Okay, and I also made the point that even if the EC doesn't do it or NCCE doesn't do it, it doesn't prevent political parties from doing because that, you will be the direct beneficiary. Yeah. When your constituencies vote right. Yeah,
and the electorates are for you as well.
Yes.
Yeah.
So you have that singular responsibility, to be able to educate people on one, your candidate, educate them on the position on the ballot, educate them on even how to thumb print and even how to fold, the ballot, so that it doesn't complicate, issues leading to some level of struggles. You will not sign, we will sign, we will not do this and all that.
Yeah.
You get it? So these are things that normally, when it is done, will sort of take away certain complications that, our political parties may likely,
encounter.
face.
Doc, thank you very much. So let's move to a very critical topic, which is the Electoral Commission, which is the body that is going to handle the election. How prepared do you think they are for this particular 2024 general election?
I think that for preparation in any human endeavor cannot be 100%. All right, even if you are going to write exam as a student, there's no way you have 100%, preparation. You may probably relate it to time. If I started early, I would have, done this, done that. And in Akan, there's a proverb. As I say, Bruce, so meaning that if you start preparing early enough, that is where your preparation becomes a bit better or your performance is enhanced. But you see, the fact still remains that you cannot have 100%, preparation, for everything. I think that from where the EC has come from, 1992,
to this
the
point.
days of Justice, is it Crab?
Just a crab, yeah.
Know, to what's the name?
Jerry John Rollins.
No, the other EC. The famous
Afarijan. Yes.
The famous Afarijan.
Yes.
You know, to
Jane Mensah.
to the current one.
Yeah.
I think that a lot of structural improvements have come up. And I think that we would commend the efforts of the various ECs and the administration. And I think that the current one cannot be left out. I see something unique about this one, which is quite consistent to that of Afarijan. And she tries to pick criticisms
and works on them. Yeah.
Engage stakeholders.
Yeah, we've had a few errors. They've gone back, corrected the errors, come out, tell the political parties that we're correcting the error. So at least there's some transparency from the EC as well. Yeah.
And if it hadn't been through the efforts and her,
the team,
team that they put up, I think that we would probably be heading towards another disaster in our body politics. The reason is that you see the comments that the NDC brought out and the issues that they were probably churning out. These were complex issues.
Yeah.
But with the right engagement,
you have to go to IPAC meetings, consistency, try to explain to them what exactly is going on, where they are with their processes and all of that. Yeah, so I think we must commend the EC. They've been quiet. But Doc, how do you think technology will be playing? Do you think technology will play some role in this particular elections? Because we are in 2024, technology is all over the world, innovation is all over the world.
No, you see, as I said, I mean, not even limited to Ghana. Across the world where elections have been held this year, technology has played a significant role. I mean, check the Kamala Harris campaign.
Yeah.
Check the Trump campaign.
Donald Trump, yeah.
Is it the Labour Party in UK?
Yes.
Yes. And you see the extent to which technology is influencing elections and electoral outcomes. I want to believe that when we look at the kind of developments, even in our context, you will see that the performance of our, especially the two major political parties, with regards to technology, its use, and the likes, is quite encouraging.
Yeah.
And it tells you that they are not being myopic with regards to their political marketing strategies. They are sort of including or integrating all forms of channels, to be able to do what they have to do. And it is very important that even check the kind of personalized, messaging,
text messages,
even party supporters.
Yes, I mean your constituency. I'll be coming to this place to campaign and all of that.
And I'm even much particular about individual, supporters and individuals. I mean, engaging technology in political campaigning, and it is something that I've started investigating. Trying to pull out these social media videos of individuals, especially the youth.
Yeah.
And the gains they are making out of it.
Yeah, with the TikTok and all these social media platforms.
Yes. And the kind of creativity.
Yeah.
That they
are using to campaign for some of their parties. Yeah. That's true.
It may not be under the direct, instructions of maybe NDC, MPP.
Yeah, but they're doing it in their own way.
They're doing it in their own capacity.
Yeah.
And what I've seen is that they probably are doing it for economic gains.
Yes.
All right. So it tells you how technology has moved, okay, and how technology can be used to support. So if individuals are making such gains, what about the political party themselves? All right. So it tells you that in future, the political party should be able to develop their wings of social media campaigns
to ensure that they're able to reach the masses.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You see. And it is one thing that now currently it is even doing better than television and radio.
Yeah,
right.
I think that's true, because we see a lot of the campaigns move to social media now, because we have more younger people on there on social media.
I mean, for every 10 youth that we meet, it is either 10/10 or 9/10.
Yeah.
With who are on social media.
So the threshold is higher. Yeah.
It's higher. Okay, so if you resort to radio, which probably
not many of us will listen to radio.
And for technology, you see the information, campaign information on radio is limited to
a few seconds.
Exactly.
Yeah. But on social media, it's there forever.
But for social media, you can always play it. Okay, so the storage aspect of it also makes it a bit instructive.
Yeah.
You know, for political parties to look at it. But I think that, 2024, the political parties are doing well with technology. But there's more room for improvement going forward.
All right. Dr. Now let's move to regional dynamics. Do you think there are we have about 16 regions in the country and about 275 constituencies. Do you think there are any specific regions or constituencies that will play a decisive role in this 2024 general election?
I think somewhere in March or April, somewhere in April. You know, people, especially the media, were talking about the northern regions being battlegrounds and indicating that victory for either of the parties will be dependent on the political party's ability to take control of the northern regions.
Okay.
But actually, I differed in that perspective. And my calculations revealed that, look, when it was 3, okay?
When we hadn't created the other, yes.
You know, they were not making any significant impacts. All right. You have still divided the 3 to, I think, 5.
Yes, we have 5 now.
And I don't think that it will still make an impact. One reason is that there is a consistent drift, you know, in terms of migration from the northern sector to the south and the middle belts.
So essentially you have more people moving in from that side to the city.
Exactly.
Okay.
So as Accra, Kumasi, Takoradi, Sunyani will be increasing in population, okay, the northern regions will be reducing in population.
So that means that the additionals that we added won't really make much of a difference.
I'm coming to that. So that's number one
okay.
issue. So if you are doing any calculation and you don't factor the rate of migration from the north to the south, you are making a big mistake. And if you are doing political, you know, calculations, all right, and you also don't factor these things into it, that is also another big mistake. If you are not careful, you lose, all right. Now, the second thing has to do with the fact that check Ashanti region and look at the votes of each of these 2 major political parties in Ashanti region.
Yeah.
Okay. So let's see. I mean, I think somewhere in 2020, NDC did, I think, between 24-26% in Ashanti region.
Yeah, they, yeah.
Okay. Now, when you do that calculation over the 17 million population, then you compare to the northern regions.
There's some disparity there.
You understand?
Yes, I get it now.
You check and you see that
something is.
Yes, if you focus so much on
comparing it to 2020 till going into this one as well.
You'll be in trouble.
Yeah.
The second thing has to do with the gains of, let's say, NDC in voter region as compared to the 26%, the calculation of the 26% in nominal values to the values gained in voter region. Okay, that was when voter region was even complete.
Yes.
But now that it has been split.
Yeah.
You see.
Yeah, we have OT region.
So I felt that, look, if any political party, NDC, NPP, for NPP we know that that is their stronghold, so they get it. So if NDC want to be serious, then the battleground should not be defined and limited to the northern region or any other region.
So that means they need to come to the middle belt.
The battleground is actually Ashanti region, and that is what it's reflecting now.
Yeah. So is that why we see a lot of the campaign go there?
Exactly.
The opposition party and then the ruling party. Yeah.
That is it.
Yeah.
Okay. Now check Greater Accra from 1992. The difference between NDC and NPP winning normally is between 2%.
So Ashanti region is going to be that battleground state. But there's an argument
I just want you to understand something.
Yeah.
So even though Greater Accra has 3.7 million population, okay, the 2% difference can be taken care of in Ashanti region by the MPP easily. You get my point?
Yeah.
Again, if you pick the northern regions, or the 5 northern regions, and the difference between MPP and NDC from 2016-2020, again, it doesn't come where near the difference between NDC and MPP in Ashanti region.
That's very interesting because in 2016 we had over a 1 million gap for the MPP, which brought them into power. So that 2% dynamic
in Ashanti region would not. Sorry, in Greater Accra.
In Greater Accra, okay. So that 2% that is still going to be at play one way or the other.
So if there is any region where battles would have to be fought, it has to be Ashanti region.
But there's an argument that Greater Accra has more polling stations compared to the Ashanti region.
But Ashanti region has small constituencies.
Yeah, so we'll have to wait and see how exactly that will play out.
The calculation is what I'm telling our viewers and listeners, that you see, if you work 49% of 3.7 million, and then 51% of 3.7 million, and you strike out the difference. Go and work the difference, 26%. As against 79%.
Yeah.
All right. And you understand what I'm saying.
So the battleground is in the southern.
What it means is that if the NDC is going to put up any heavy fight,
they would have to do that in the Ashanti.
Any heavy fight against the MPP and consolidate victory, it should be in Ashanti.
In Ashanti region. Very interesting, Doc. It's been very interesting. I'll just take a quick break and then we'll come back.
Sure.
I've been speaking with Dr. Bernard Tutu-Boahen. He's been my guest on Election Desk. We've been talking about election dynamics for the 2024 general elections. Welcome back from our break on Election Desk on GhanaWeb TV. My guest is still Dr. Bernard Tutu-Boahen. He's a political analyst, and we've been talking about election dynamics for the 2024 general elections. Doc, you're giving me some very interesting numbers here and there. Now let's move to a very critical topic, which is the economy, which we've seen most of the electorate vote on the economy. 2016 was the case where a lot of people felt like the economy wasn't in a great shape. So they gave the nod to the MPP. Now we're moving to 2024. Do you think the economic conditions in the country will influence the outcome of the elections?
Yeah, I mean, so per my own study that I've done, the economic conditions in the country is a strong influential factor. And when you check other studies that have been done, one by the CDD, Kudio,
Afrobarometer,
yeah, you obviously see that economic conditions actually play a role, in the determination of elections outcomes in Ghana. The reason, I mean, for this particular election is the fact that we have, the teeming population of the youth, completing SS
university
education, other postgraduate,
vocational training.
Exactly, vocational training and all that. And you see, these are interventions that governments have put in place. You can talk about the TVET, we can talk about the free SHS, which is also populating, a lot of our universities these days. And so universities are churning out more than, 10,000, how do you call it? 10,000 graduates every year. And that shows that there will be that unemployment gap.
It keeps widening every year.
Exactly. So every year it will widen. Okay. So when a parent takes a work through education and the person sits home 2 years, 3 years, a year without job, obviously it will call for some kind of instability.
Yeah.
So obviously when people get frustrated to that point, I mean, they begin to point fingers at the ruling government.
The incumbent government always suffers, yeah.
And it gives campaign advantage to opposition.
To the opposition.
So obviously that is one issue that is there. And so I believe that a lot more people, but you see the controls, within this frustration is an issue of perception. Okay. that people will have.
So it depends on who you speak to.
Do you perceive,
yeah,
the opposition political party, when given the nod,
will be able to address the economic challenges?
Or you believe that the incumbent, when given the nod, can
will
still
continue.
address? Exactly. Okay, so that is what I'm talking about, perception, which has to do with trust and beliefs, systems and all that. So what I did in my study was not just to find out whether the economic situation, would have any influence on your voting, but wanted to find out whether you still have trust, in any of the candidates and their parties and their policies
in addressing the
problems that you are facing in future. Because
Very
currently you are facing it, but it is the future that matter. All right. So if there's going to be a transition on
who would you entrust
January,
your future to?
Exactly. So that is where the argument is for me is. All right.
Thank you very much, Docs. Now let's move to election security, which is very important. It's election years. We always have the environment tense about a few days to the election. How do you think our authorities, agencies, should be ensuring that we have a very peaceful election before, during, and after the last voters count?
Yes, I think that in the first place, the president, who is the commander-in-chief, has stated his position with regards to security. And the IGP, Dr. Dampare, has also, stated his position. I think that he's meeting other stakeholders, to talk to, I think, starting this week.
He's been in church too also.
Exactly. Yeah. And I think he's even meeting VTAG on Wednesday. All right. Now, the point is this. I think he has shown enough brevity to indicate to the Ghanaian population that he's in control.
Which is the IGP?
The IGP is in control, and the Ghana Police Service can do much more, to
ensure peace
in this country. When you check even certain by-elections that have taken place, you could see obviously that there wasn't any armed police, men in there.
Yeah.
But at least they were able to control. Okay, and that is the professionalism that we talk about when issues of security, come to play. In previous years, we have seen elections or post-elections, confusion leading to the death of people.
Yeah.
Some also being
injured
for life and all that. And I think that when Dr. Dampare, especially when he has proven beyond any reasonable doubts that he can hold election in a peaceful way, I think that we should still support him, commend him, and to encourage him to also do more. And I think that even the Ghana Armed Forces and other security agencies have also indicated that, yes,
they are ready to support.
Exactly. But you see, normally, I feel that when you analyze these atrocities, I don't think that we should put so much blame on the security agencies.
Why do you say that?
The reason why I'm saying that is this. I am a voter, and I have the responsibility to go and vote. My second responsibility is to ensure that my rights are protected. And the third one is that the ballot that I put in there is equally protected. Okay. But the second and third, my rights being protected and my ballot being protected, I don't have the resources to do that. It is in the hands, per the Constitution, it is in the hands of the security people.
To ensure that
my
that full process goes
is
through.
To go, cast my ballot and then walk home. If I suspect anything, it is the police that I report to. All right. But if I want to take the law into my hands and then go and fight because my uncle is the parliamentary candidate, or it is my party that is in power, what if you die?
Is that why we see sometimes during our election days, we see people take matters into their own? Because some people believe there's no trust in the police and some of the security agencies.
So if you don't have that trust, trust is purely intangible issue. If there is no trust, what did you do? Did you report the incident as you saw it? Did you have any evidence to prove to the police? Like we were asking earlier about this issue about technology and all that. I mean, technology can just let you film somebody 100 meters away.
Yeah.
You know, and then provide evidence.
Yeah.
Okay, so if you do your part and the police don't work on it, then of course you can blame the police or the security agencies for it. Beyond that, even we know that it is an accepted theory that elections are won at the polling
station.
Yes, with evidence.
Yeah.
Okay. So if I have a recording of someone doing something bad, okay, and my party gets to court, I can
provide that tendering that evidence to the
exactly,
court. Yeah.
so that it will support that claim. All right. So these are things that we need to be cautious about. If you lose your life, you've disappointed your family, probably, yes, even if you are, let's say, the breadwinner. What have you done?
You just cause an entire problem in your
and
family.
if you are not careful, and then you end up killing someone in your own defense, and it throws your entire constituency into war, what have you done?
Yeah.
You understand? So I believe that in as much as we have the rights, you know, the three-pronged rights, you know, to protect our ballot, perform our responsibilities and all that, we must still find a way of ensuring that we protect our own selves and our families, okay, while still doing the bidding of our political parties that we support.
So now, Doc, we are wrapping up. I mean, Ghanaians are still going to go to the polls. Regardless, we're going to have a new president come January 7th. What message would you give out to the good people of this country post-independence, particularly staying on peace and ensuring that there's a smooth transition of power?
I think that we need peace for everything. Peace is, I mean, as you called me from my house to this place, if I was not under any good mood and I'm being pressured and I'm troubled, I can't come and stand here with you talking. All right. And so we need peace in this country. We are talking about unemployment. We are talking about economic hardships. We are talking about all that. Okay, whose responsibility is it?
Yeah.
We are all involved in this struggle. And your effort and my efforts are very much needed so that together we can support the ruling government, whoever is coming on January 7th, you know, to be able to perform his or her responsibilities in a way that Ghana will benefit finally. So we cannot afford to take away this country. More importantly, to throw this country into a state of confusion and war. All right?
Yeah.
We will not have, because you see, Cote d'Ivoire is not a stable place. Burkina Faso is neither a good place for us, not even to talk of Togo.
So we must protect our...
Unless maybe we move into the Atlantic Ocean, you know.
Yeah.
And you know what that also means.
Yeah.
All right. So Ghana, our location, is not something that supports war. It's not something that supports war.
Yeah, it wouldn't be favorable for the sub-region
exactly.
either. Yeah.
So we need to defend our peace by all means. And politicians have said it, including Honorable Muntaka.
Yeah. That don't go to the polling station and fight for any politician.
Exactly.
Yeah, you might as well just fight for yourself instead of a politician.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So don't throw your value, you know, out there, you know, for people to trample upon it.
Yeah.
You are worth more than, I mean, today you may be unemployed, but tomorrow, you know, who knows who you will become. Akufo-Addo didn't start this way. John Mahama didn't know that when going to office as vice president, you come back as president. Okay. And Dr. Nkrumah, who got the independence for Ghana with the help of others, didn't even know that one day he'll become the first head of state of this country. All right. So when growing up, you don't even know what is going to happen tomorrow. When you are developing, you don't know the turning point for you. So you don't joke with your life. Okay. So life is more precious than silver and gold.
Doctor, finally, what from an analyst point of view, what do you think are the likely scenarios and outcome for this election? I know it's a very tricky question for you.
No. I have seen polls coming up, and
there have been quite a few number
yes,
of them. Some of them questionable, some we don't know. We have to wait and see.
I mean, I've seen people talking about second round. I've seen people talking about one time.
One touch. The famous one touch.
Yeah. I think that it is going to go one touch.
Okay.
I feel that both NDC and NPP would have to work hard. How many days more? I think about 15.
Yeah. And yes, we have a couple of days more. Yeah.
So the two parties
would have to really
work more. More. Okay? Because the difference between them is not huge.
So it's about who makes the inroads quicker, better, and faster, right?
Yes. So as at now, I will not be quick to say it is NDC or NPP going.
That's fair.
Because you see, the margins that I'm seeing is quite close. Close. And so
is it close or extremely close?
It's extremely close.
Okay.
Extremely. So it can turn today, it can turn tomorrow, or it can be maintained.
So it's in the hands of the parties.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying, that they should work seriously hard. But I'll also not be surprised that if last minute it is thrown into a second round. Okay. But what I'm seeing now is a first round victory.
Doc, thank you very much. I'll give you a fist bump. It was very interesting talking to you. My guest has been Dr. Bernard Tutu-Boah. He's a political analyst. We've been talking about election dynamics for the 2024 December elections. Before we go, don't forget to log on to our website, www.ghanaweb.com. Don't forget to follow us on all our social media platforms, Facebook, Instagram, and X at the GhanaWeb. Once again, I am Mauli Aholimega. Many thanks for watching.
No citizen should put themselves in harm's way by forcing the police to arrest them. Our duty on that day is to go and vote. When you vote, you go home. When it's time to count, you come and count. When they do whatever they need to do, you do it and you go home, you hear the result. Free, fair, transparent election. Don't ask for trouble for yourself. So for me, as a result of listening to the police, I want to convince myself that there will be peace. And anybody who does not want to work for peace by misbehaving has himself or herself to blame.
I want to use this opportunity to call on all of us to ensure there's peace, stay away from trouble, don't be used by any actor to foment violence or create chaos in any way or form. Stay away from all these and let's ensure that our elections are peaceful.
Everybody should just be vigilant, and also when you cast your vote, there's no need for any violence. So just cast your vote, wait till the time for the vote to be counted. When your party wins, praise God. When your party loses, still praise God, because at the end of the day, Ghana is our our home country, so we don't have any other country that we can run to. So just stay peace and then stay calm, and then let's embrace one another.
It's important thing that lies ahead of us. Voting is a sovereign power and decision that has been given to us. We should exercise it, but also think of our country, so that at the end of the day we are so strong. I don't think we should fight. We should destroy things and so on. But from the assurances it's given, everybody is given equal rights, protected and asked to go and cast their votes to make a decision, which they also say everybody must respect. So it's good. Let's hope that it goes so well, and then it would have changed how sometimes with elections, voting, the problems and the challenges and so on.
Our children, our mothers, our grandmothers would need peace to live. When there is war, it is our mothers and children, the grown-ups, the old ladies who suffer. And we don't want to take them through that kind of stress. Besides, we are the young ones, the energetic, whose hands lies the future of Ghana. And we are trusting that we will all work to protect our future, our very lives, and also protect the future of this country. We cannot afford to jeopardize our own lives through elections.
Peace is important. Peace makes our lives okay. And so I want to urge the people of Ghana that as we are going to the polls, it's important for us to go through the process peacefully so that we can continue our daily activities. We can continue the normal things we do. And a lot of people come to Ghana because of the peace we enjoy. And so we shouldn't take that for granted. We should appreciate the peace, because in countries where there is no peace, we have seen what that looks like. And I don't think any of us would want to be in that situation. And so let's be respectful. Let's listen to each other. Violence has never worked in anywhere. And so we need to promote peace. And you can have a disagreement without fighting or without engaging in violence. And so let's be respectful and engage with each other, speak with each other, not at each other, and also use respectful words or comments in our engagements so that come December 7th, we would go to the polls and not just go about with our normal activities. We're not being afraid to come out or for any reason. So especially the youth, you have a lot of bright future ahead of you. Don't let anyone use you to engage in any violent activities. It's important for you to chase your dreams, make your family proud, and just survive in your country.
I'm just going to attempt this. You all should be praying for me by now. I'm going to see if I can do that. So this is my attempt. This is my attempt. Woo! Our drive to Asen Kushia in the Asen North constituency of the Central Region started as early as 5 a.m. from our base in Accra. Tired as the team already was on the road, we still had high hopes of what our day's journey to and from the town regarded as the cleanest in Ghana would be like. It was truly an experience we all looked forward to. And before long, after making at least one stopover at Mankesim to get early morning wache, we entered the Asen Central constituency. Yes,
the famous one where Kennedy Japan is its member of parliament. And without a doubt, the town and its towering look was without question, unlike the other Asen communities before it. And then we saw that sign welcoming us to Asen Kushia, the cleanest city in Ghana. From what we experienced in this small community, the evidence of this claim needed no argument. Indeed, it is the cleanest, with many towns in Ghana now taking lessons from it and ensuring that their towns are equally as clean as Asen Kushia or relatively close to it. But before we dive into the actual stories from this town, let's take a moment to appreciate Asen Kushia's commitment to sanitation. The town has implemented several initiatives that have helped it maintain its title as the cleanest in Ghana, a equal to the good people and traditional ruler of Kushia. We needed to say a quick hello to the paramount chief of Asen Orenchi, which includes Kushia, and that is exactly what we did. But wait, before that, let's admire this magnificent edifice, well planned with beautiful architectural designs, making it stand out in the town. We meet Nana Pra, and he immediately takes us on a tour of his palace.
You know, these are products that are product. Also, nature will be able to take the money and crowd or moko. The next one, Tetefly, who here Osachi Chidiachi. So poor. My back is so strong. Small needle that can never penetrate. Then the next one, the creature called Kuntumprop. This creature. It's got two heads, one stomach. When you put meat there, they fight for it.
But it's going into the same stomach.
That's a proverb. Though it's going to the same stomach, if you put meat there, they're fighting. Now, last one, Ofu Japa. Every Ghanaian knows that one. This one, Akoko Beman Yoba. Adichia, they both know, but it's the man's duty to go. Go. Yes, the vision of duty. It's about some question. Okay. I bet Wahona or I teach you up at all. Not me, you can't. You understand? I bet. There's nothing that is snake can do. Next one, yeah. Then the next one is a crocodile and a piece of wood. They are both in the water. Doesn't matter how many years the wood spends in the water, it will never turn to a crocodile.
As you can see, renovation works are still ongoing in the various rooms. Now that the formalities are out of the way, we move to explore more places in Asen Kushia. Let's begin with a crocodile pond. Asen Kushia takes pride in its harmonious relationship with nature, and this crocodile pond is a testament to that. It is located on the edges of the main entrance of the town, where the inscription "Ajinsem Crocodile Pond, trespassers will be eaten," welcomes visitors.
Kushia has a crocodile pond, and Kwabna Ebo is the gentleman who actually watches over this place. Governor, it's saying.
Yes, we are doing no.
Now, crocodiles, no. Ahenewo, aha.
But you may try.
Yes, sir. Omo din bi anasere.
O din de yan fa mu. I feel near plan say e be mu din. But I would do anytime you anasem an am from one. Baby o mu bi o mbaba.
Na where dem from?
I send them one metete o mu achi.
Okay. So what can you tell me? To say if you are
about 14 years now.
Oh, you know, ache.
Oh, ache.
It's just a handful pond. No, how many years now? Pond ways here.
Nana, yeah, you know, we did 15 years. And you to have 3 years and so I do be now. Oh, yeah, ache. Ache. See, good point. She doesn't say, "No, so to me, mama." Adi we abadaha obi atumufu ka baha behwe mananiji em sisi mama area m ha de nkwala omunim se abo we si na ote ana ase bibia te sisi omunyina hu de we a abo we ote emo we de mutumi nyini bebre ba se abo no oya abo bi a chi se yikuna nsan wahu age dudu a wenya ba de nsu mu de mintumi enchire se bia when you be 25 years and I say 30 years.
But time ben on mobile. Also 14 years now. Now age na me and son now answer we start to say we age na say.
But you da be me buy answer e dey omuba.
Okay. Inti okay time a ye dey omuba
time on dey omuba dey me kai pa. You school 2 weeks. Okay. 2 weeks that year na year ejuma we ya mama. Amudem one buy.
Okay. Na me hu say where den aduane ben?
We akokwa na ma e dey from.
This na ye dey frɛ crocodiles,
sir.
Okay. Nti yen hwɛ senia o from say yen hwɛ say obedi enam nana. Okay, so that is attempt to get one of the crocodiles out of the pond. Let's see if he falls for the bait. All right. Okay. It was a way they meant to be beno. Meet me a beno. Bibi ayo okay there. On hame.
On how on your way.
Yen ben make a cry. I am going to attempt to do this. Meet me soon. I'm just going to attempt this. You all should be praying for me by now. I'm going to see if I can do that. So this is my attempt. Woo! And I'm this close to the crocodile. Trust me, my heart is already under my feet. Okay, that's another one. Another attempt we're making. There we go again. This is the closest I've been to any such thing. Okay, Ebo, Metchen will say why. Well, so that's actually the attempt. That's just one of the crocodiles we have been able to see here. And look at Ebo actually has his hand right on the crocodile. That's brave act. Well, maybe it takes 14 years to be able to achieve this kind of bravery. There are 3 actually. I see another one right there. It is just hiding under the water. But this has been very friendly of the sort. It's come out to talk to us, as it were.
In Ghana today, we know of only one predominant crocodile pond, which is located at Paga. Many people will travel all the way to Paga just to see these crocodiles. The chief of Kushia could never fathom such an experience, and so he decided to bring his own crocodile pond home. And that's how Ehunabu Brim Nana Pra Ajinsem VI established this crocodile pond at Asen Kushia.
Phew. Look, we'll have this conversation when you attempt getting this close to a crocodile. But that's been it. 3 crocodiles here at Asen Kushia. We're only able to see one of them, and I got so close. I mean, like, someone will say I conquered my fear, but well, that's been it. And I'm sure that you enjoyed the little interaction we had there. 14 years that Ebo has been with these animals. He describes them as how you take care of a dog. Maybe we'll see how that stands out for any of us out there.
Now, let's make our way to the mini Asen Kushia Zoo. The zoo is the first place you see when you enter through the second gate of the palace. This haven of biodiversity not only provides a home for various animal species, but also serves as a center for conservation efforts. As we walk through the zoo, we see different kinds of animals, from the ostrich, horses, peacocks, ducks, tortoise, among others.
Ooh. Well, so you see what I'm doing now. That's an ostrich actually, and this ostrich is part of a mini zoo that's here at the palace at Kushia. I hear after this ostrich is done with all the leaves on this, well, it might be trying to gauge at me. We don't want to get to that point. But we'll take you around the zoo, the other animals here, right here. This is a beauty and a sight. I'm enjoying this. I know my daughter would also enjoy this. Very interested. So hey, come along with us. We are still here in Kushia and we're exploring the town. We are going to tell you what's in the zoo, and then we'll hear some of the stories with them. So come along, let's go.
Next, we make a quick stopover at the tomb of the unknown slave. The story behind this tomb is that during the era of the slave trade, some of the routes used by the slaves as were transported to the coastal towns for onward travels to the Western world included Asen Kushia. This spot where the tomb has been made is where the people of Asen Kushia believe is where some of those slaves died. As a way of remembering the sacrifices and horrors of these slaves, the chiefs and people of Asen Kushia decided to install this monument known as the Tomb of the Unknown Slave. The tomb serves as a reminder of the inhumanity and cruelty of the slave trade and the importance of never forgetting this dark period in history. We're not done telling you the stories of Asen Kushia. Join us next week as we continue on this memorable journey.
I've always been saying that nobody should lose the strand of the hair because of an election. Let us all commit ourselves that we have only one Ghana. So anything that we can do to maintain the peace that we are in, because if we lose the peace, you can't do anything, no matter the type of work that you do. So if you know somebody who is trying to do something untoward, call the person attention that it doesn't help. Don't support people to do what's wrong. And we should love Ghana more than our political parties. So we should put Ghana ahead of our political parties. And when we do that, we'll have very peaceful election. So the election will come and go and we'll still be Ghana.
We, as the president of the Ghana Journalists Association, it is our utmost responsibility to protect the institution of state. And that is what we are doing. We are preaching peace during election. We're also encouraging our people to be very circumspect in their discharge of their duty, and also make sure that they are guided by the ethics of the profession. We shouldn't avail our platform to be used for hate speech and to incite tension. I've been encouraging. We still preparing ourselves by training our people ahead of the election, especially in the area of fact-checking and also debunking misinformation, disinformation, malinformation, false news. So we hope and pray that we've got on our side, we shall cross these stacks. We will do everything possible to jealously guard the peace we are enjoying in this country. Ghana is the only peaceful country within the sub-region, and we must be proud of that. We will do everything. We are going to make sure that we join hands with all key stakeholders, including but not limited to the Electoral Commission, political parties or actors, and everyone who matter to ensure that this election come peaceful and Ghana will remain the peaceful and the enviable country in Africa.
What I would tell Ghanaians is that it's still the usual elections that we've always been having. It should certainly be peaceful. I don't envisage any some mayhem or anticipating mayhem. No, it's just go to your police station, go and vote, and go home and just get some fufu and eat, and don't disturb any other person. Except you don't have anything to lose. For some of us, we have a lot to lose. We have families. We just want to push the academic journey. So once there's anything, it's going to affect us. So we stay blessed.
With peace, we can do everything. Without peace, we cannot live. We can't go about our daily activities. So I entreat every Ghanaian to embrace peace. I stand for peace, and I want you to demonstrate peace in whatever you do before, during, and after the December 7th election. I stand for peace.
I had the opportunity to visit Freetown in Sierra Leone. I visited the amputees camp. I saw the results of war, and I also had the privilege to have an area view of the devastation that the war had caused to that country. It's the reason I will always stand for peace, and I invite you to also stand for peace.
About 20 days, Nancy, and any 3 days, they won't say US for Tuamabano. I'm going to Tuamaba peacefully, Gidi BNC. It's you youth. No Kotuaba, go and conquer Gidi and conquer for ballot paper, ballot box via Kotuaba. Drew 6 maybe I bet Yabekan, Rakujina Wakai. Say, Omufi say, you be you were polling agents for on be intercepted, and you will individual and politician who are we or be any or best celebrate who would know. It will be uncle to peacefully.
About 20 years passing. Now, Ghana, Yatna should be Musa Abedu until Yampesi a best as we win. And never answer party for no Yapamucho. Say Obina Awinia, Omufamanu Boko. Say Nipanu Swan Winia, Momufayan Tokwa. Ntiga uwa sunbi awa de nyina nti ne me ne me kan se ya pa sunbi
abato ne de ya sunbi ne yepe okọ na se NDC na akoto amano MPP na akoto amano okọ she box nu ma e nkwa na unya mentem asem nti me de me imagine chen se ba ya o de okọ na akogina polling box nu ma wa agent una anim ne okọ akoto amano nti ehun hia so be akogina ho se okoto wi a entokwa na we watimi wakame e ka me nkwa de ka sunbi ne de ehwehwe tu de e ba the Ura boss, no one nipa or Quacotuamano, or to money we are, or the weather on our cover beer, who free buy. Tenquane assume any of the epe, oh my Ghana mining.
About 1 day, I send you bear, what Cotuaba and send you bear dachi, where we are bravo be you. Tanya, 2 years and talk as a man every year. Also, when you be adding any two from no here, baby, dachi a bebuano. Na ceremony ade tini really amusement me aka no nyento kwanya hwe wotu abawi aboko wakofia kwa kwatipe obawi atena kusi chama ye be declare
abato de me ntoba me kwa no ko bia kra nto no kwa be kra bra o ma na atimu no se ko fo Yesu Kristo kra ba di o ma we so a ni pa be polutu na adwe nti mo mbato de me de wotu ya no kwa ko se ofie no wada de be wini bia o wini because ma wini a over hwe mrewo but me also we never hear me do 2 years no but when bobi ko tu ani e man ko nyasem and me paka cha mo ano no
obi ani me okoto ma no on just say and the me koto ma we do be wini su ni do be wini and do su ni do be do and the me do so anu kwa say man ha me say ma do su ma kokko nzo kwa ana ma kire me nkofo say ma do su na o ma wi am ntino mo mfa kire na me ko ne ma bia e kwata nta ba so de uru so wa lu su wini wa wini ana abato tie.
Today on the campaign trail here on GhanaWeb TV, we're taking a tour to the Afram Plains constituency. But currently, I'm at Kwewusau, that is Adders, so where we join the pontoon. That's the pontoon behind me. You can see it loading the cars for us to cross to the other side. So by the time we cross, we'll be getting to Ache Amamfrom, that is Afram Plains South. But this time around, we're concentrating on Afram Plains North. We'll be speaking to the Member of Parliament for the NDC in charge of the Afram Plains North in the person of Betty Crosby. We'll be interacting with her constituency. We want to see some of her achievements and her 8 years in office, what she's been able to do for her community. Join me as we board this pontoon. It's my first time actually. First time in Kwewu South, first time going to join a pontoon, first time crossing over to Afram Plains. I promise you, it's going to be an exciting journey. Let's go. Have you ever boarded a pontoon before? It's quite an experience. We are currently on board, traveling from Adoso to Ache Amamfrom in Afram Plains South. The crossing took us 30 minutes. As you can see, there are about 15 cars on this pontoon, which is the only means of transport to cross the lake to the other side. This is the London site for the pontoon. We'll all be getting down here to continue our journey to Afram Plains North. This is Ache Amamfrom, a community in the Afram Plains South. As you can see, the cars are moving. We've just arrived at Ache Amamfrom and are continuing our journey to Afram Plains North. The drive on this deplorable road has been challenging. We finally arrived at Donkokrom in Afram Plains North. Now, let's speak to some residents to learn about the challenges they face.
Na nia ye femu a chese ha ye pa ye kwan me gidi se wa wo fa so wo se wa bre aha ye kwan ni die no kware enye nti opin for fa so kra ni nsen etimi sei nti ya hwese nkombe ye kwan na maye na me yesim tres terebia eniama no wo kra fi nkoko aka kwan ni nti na niama ne boa edin desi align ni 6 cd obi se ne boa edin nti odi ade ne beba na egu ho on person obepam mpo oni ska odi bepam nti anu ye challenge kase maye na afi nso no aha ye nto ade ade to enni ha sisi aye ti se bayre sisi yen Afram principal ye to bayre ba ko 20 cds anka first Afram place 20 cedis no benya bayre 5 6 sisi aha se niam asesa wa aha isa kwan na enye nti en microphone person o de niam ebeba menya hu ade kasibia wa ye eche nanso matise na nzen no ocheche nkonwa ma schools a omunni nkonwa omunni destiny ade na ocheche ma ocheche sa nkonwa ne ma and ebi won so akuafo ti me bon Wellington boots ne nsekan se ye hu nsakraye foforo se ne wa sha asi se oto abibi so ekona ne mu dia obetimi asan transfer.
Our road is not in a good shape. In fact, you can't use saloon car on the road from Eche to Agodike. You either use motorbike, V8 or Land Cruiser pickup. But with saloon car, no. Because before you go and return back to Mpraiso or Nkoko or wherever you are coming from, you have to send your car to mechanics for maintenance. Okay. Either your shocks will spoil or your air condition will not be working again because it's beyond a pothole. It's not manhole. So, in fact, we are playing with the government. So I believe that when she is voted into power, she can do best. And when NDC comes to power, she can do very well. Because there has been cheap compounds around. You go to Abutanso, there's a cheap compound. When you go to the islands, I think Adofo, he's putting up a cheap compound over there. You go to, in fact, she was even the person who lobbied the E-block to Mim Chemfre. So honestly, for her, she's doing well. From opposition, I think she's doing well. If the people will be so appreciative, she should retain it, or they should retain her. Okay. Because working from opposition is not easy.
Aflan Plains as a whole, the main challenge because I have farming community. They say I'm a market and the crowd could or because only found a fat product now I want me go through. The boy acquires will be una car memory. Into a high agent pa, into the and the crank a mobile and Tamanka your markets. The whole don't go room from here to Nzuna, an island phone in our babets, Nipaka grabbing a never market, or because of bar product and Ottawa ultimate fanco. Into farm and so ye a normal nase, Oman Betoa, Obiuna Aka. In the bias number, all because of the road. Yeah, Hansen in there. Me area there. Ajuma me MP yani ye bridge be a boo ye. Or boy am I DC money na ba in Riani ye chucha gu money at the anemwa. That was me fan last year no. But we no free money there, me dear. Dear me man who we no free money there. Me mean saying who be a wire or don't go room to a demra. Ekusia Mankwa Road, no.
So the tour still continues, and this time around, I find myself in a hairdressing salon here at Donko Krom, and I have the madam here. Me pacho problems being partner wo Donko Krom ha.
Yo, me pacho problem ni di kan ye kwan. Madam ye kwan nya kra. Yes, remo. Somebody my ye kwan ya my ya hu beto yen. Ye hu beto ye pa na to so mienu wo hwe ye nso ye deda ho nso deda rano ha ye fuo pa but e kwan ni nti mi mfa bi nko ba bia nti ye besre se na ejuma nso nka emra ha na youth ni nya binye ejuma ni ha nti youth no e okada nko ano mo ye wa ha ene ade nti ye besre mo saban ti ye nka afam place e mobo asa de ye nka Ghana kra ho no kreni na ye kwan ni na ye ade challenges e ha pa. Oh, obi si kwan so sesi a so ye kwan na ma ye de a ye beto ama no me ya me gina we me si this ye me nto aba because me hu ade papa me to me ni de me te ai e bia ne kwan ya ye kan sister sa wo ya rekra na so ko hospital e de si kwati bia wonyem kura obeduru na nyinsen na sei enti nie ombe ya ma am motivate me am de beto aba no wo do mo fa ayinsi kwan so mo start aye kwan ye beto aba
aha na kwese island ye wonsuo mfini but most of the times ye pantu na eche ana agodeke etimi sei it is at least o betumi aye bridge o dey say ye kwan ne kwan no nye kwan na o betumi aye bridge kwa to so ni so ana say pantu no ekita 2 engines but ye say ba akopɛ ene de ko at times o kwa etimi sei esi nsuo ni so nti so o betumi asesa pantu no ana say o be bridge aman a kenu so ebeboa pa me I've made up my mind say abane de me kwamento because ya to abasa ye hu me ye wo me okrom ha aha na matena aha na maware aha na mawo bibia okrom ha said ye tie no sa na tie ye hu improvement bia e na me start to aba no there is no one day no one single day amen ko to abada de bia me to until this year dear ma making me mind say me who improvement be a previous years na matter no until men to ababi
just 8 years ago I can see things are going normal, but this year from let's say 6 years ago everything is difficult, everything is expensive here and we are suffering for work, we are not getting work for here. It's 4 years now, we are not doing our road for us, see. And there's no work in their farm place. If you get a work, unless you go and buy a motorbike, it's not a work. the police are like, they are forcing us to go and do our lances and kind of things, so we are suffering.
I don't see any kind of development or any changes in it. NDC scheme 8 years after, we see nothing. They were promising, documented a lot of things they will be doing. We are not seeing anything. NPP too came almost 8 years now. We don't know what is good. Are we voting or we are not part of the voters? We don't know. So I will say it's better go our farm place not this. We should stop election of politician aspect so that we'll be free. And we should look for our own job and we know that we are depending on that job. That will be better for us. Okay.
Honorable, welcome to the show.
Thank you very much.
8 years in Parliament.
I know.
How has the journey been so far?
So far, so good, I must say. And let me use this opportunity to welcome you to my beautiful city.
Afram Plains.
Afram Plains, North. This is a region on its own.
Yeah.
A lovely place, lovely people, good, great food, a lot of opportunities, resources that all in the end needs to be enhanced and established. So yes, you are welcome.
Thank you.
Indeed, my first time in Parliament was in 2017. I won the 2016 elections to represent my people with the vision and the objective of bringing development to the people of Afram Plains. Of course, I'm sure you have taken the opportunity and the pain to go around, and I am certain you have observed the deplorable nature of, I'll call them the basic infrastructure within the district. If you look at our road network, the lack of teachers, the lack of educational infrastructure, the lack of health facilities, and the likes in the district, you come to realize that there's a lot of work that needs to be done. So yeah, I would say so far so good. We have been able to extend some sort of support and assistance to the people, not forgetting the fact that we have been able to project for the attention of the general public and the government, for them to appreciate the challenges and the needs of the constituency. I think for me, that is my take home.
Okay.
Because as a member of parliament, there's little to nothing I can do. But the focus has been to project and to let government and other stakeholders appreciate the challenges, the needs, and the possible interventions that we can all do to promote development within the district.
Okay. Yeah. So why politics and why Afram Plains North?
Yes.
Why not South? Why not East? Why not Accra?
Why not Accra?
Yes.
Yes. To be honest with you, Afram Plains is my home.
Oh, okay.
Yes,
okay.
Afram Plains is my home. I was born and bred exactly in Donkokrom
here.
Okay. My mother, the late Madam Grace Crosby Mensah, and my father, this is where they met.
Okay, sure.
And my father happens to be the first MP for the Afram Plains North. He actually came, settled here, and worked here. And he met my mother.
On the ticket of the NDC or MPP?
On the ticket of the NDC.
Then let me just say, you've taken over your father. You've taken over from him.
Sometimes I wouldn't totally agree with you. I think that I am on a journey of my own, but to some extent I would say that probably as a daughter to a politician, I am inspired by what he did. I am inspired. I'm inspired. Yes. So yes, that is how come I decided to contest. Being a native of this district, seeing the lack of development within the district, I felt that as a very forceful woman who sees development as the bedrock of every society, felt that I could also add my voice to attract the needed attention to the district. And basically that is why I decided to contest. And the people supporting and believing in my vision decided to vote for me.
I can see you are preparing to go to the islands, but I want to find out what has been your greatest achievement ever since you decided to represent the people of Afram Plains North?
Sincerely, I wouldn't want to boast of much because there's a lot that needs to be done.
Okay.
If you look at the various challenges, as I earlier on stated, there's a lot to be done. But in the meantime, I must say that I have been able to draw the needed attention.
Okay.
Previously, we've had the experience of NGOs coming here under the pretense of rescuing children on the lake and taking our children to places that we have no knowledge of. I have been able to stand firm for the general public to know that yes, in as much as we might have some challenges pertaining to issues of trafficking, that is not an absolute situation. I believe sincerely that if communities are developed, if the needed infrastructure, the basic amenities are served to those communities, such issues will be a thing of the past. And so those are some of the things I will call my greatest achievements.
Okay.
In fact, being able to sensitize the people on their basic rights, being able to encourage them to make demands of and hold governments accountable. It's something that I pride myself in. But not forgetting the fact that I've also been able to extend some support in terms of bringing quality health care to their doorsteps. Indeed, we have one major health facility, which is the Donkokron Presby Hospital, that serves over 1,000 communities.
Okay.
I say 1,000 communities because it serves both the Afram Plains North, which hosts 575 communities, and the Afram Plains South, which also have over 300 communities. And so altogether, this one Presby Hospital is serving this number of population. I felt that it was woefully inadequate. So in my capacity as the Member of Parliament, I have been able to complete 3 chip compounds.
Okay.
We have completed one on the Dwarf Island, that is Adamupe, to be precise. We have completed one at Fasubato, which is not too far from Afram Plains South. We have completed one at Abutanso and handed all these various health centers to the Ghana Health Service. Okay. And I'm proud to say that they are currently filled with Ghana Health Service staff and they are providing health services to the community. So I think that it is an area I pride myself in. Okay. Another area, of course, the challenges are many.
Yeah.
Out of the 575 communities, we have less than 80 communities that are established with basic schools. And so it means we have almost 400 plus communities with no schools. And so the vision is to bring some level of education closer to the doorsteps of the people. So from 2017, we started the operation building pavilions for these communities.
Okay.
And recruiting community teachers.
All the 500 communities?
Not all. We were able to start with 21 pavilions in different communities and recruiting community teachers to support those schools. However, I would say that it wasn't sustainable because being as an MP with limited resources, it became very difficult to be able to pay the teachers for their services. And so we have written letters to the Ghana Education Service. And if you follow my page, you realize that there are a number of times I have called on the Minister for Education to at least, if for nothing, post teachers to our various communities. We have a teacher deficit. Out of the 80 communities, we have more than 513 teacher deficits. So yes, education is absolutely a challenge. And I believe that when the human resource is developed, that is the beginning of development in general.
Honorable, your constituency is large.
Very
Unfortunately, it's all across the lake, because you mentioned the Dwarf Island.
That's true.
One island to the other. That's all of them included. All of them make up the 575 communities. How do you bring development to all of these people? Because right now, I know you are going to the Dwarf Island. you've packed your trucks to go visit each and every one of them and their communities. How do you ensure development reaches all?
Patricia, I would say that is how come I appreciate the likes of you showing interest and coming here so that you can highlight the many challenges, because I'm just an individual.
Yeah.
Like I said, I continue to throw lights on the challenges, the needs, the plights of the people. So it's up to benevolent organizations, citizens of this country, governments, institutions to do their part, and then the rest of us will continue to give our support. The little that I can do as a member of parliament is what I'm doing. Building pavilions, building health centers. Currently, I'm supporting them with agriculture, farming inputs. I'm supporting communities with plastic chairs. I'm giving them learning materials such as exercise books, reading books. And, you know, the few that I can, within my means, extend to them. But I would say that it's absolutely not enough to really move the people from their current situation to a better situation. Of course, we want to build a better community. We want to build a better society. And so if you leave it in the hands of one person, then of course we cannot achieve much. But I would say that whilst we are doing this, I am very certain that both governments and individuals who are interested in really seeing to the well-being of our country will also extend.
Before I let you go, we joined the pontoon to Ache Amamfrom, and I realized that the 105-kilometer road is in a deplorable state. Your people said you promised them that you were going to make sure that that road is fixed, but unfortunately they're not seeing anything. What do you have to say about that?
Yeah, Patricia, that's a very interesting question. And coming from you as a media person, I'm sure you know the roles and responsibilities of members of parliament. But I would say that in the year 2016, the NDC tailored the Afram Plains North. Exactly, I think on the page 56 of the NDC manifesto, that the Afram Plains roads from Echiamam to Agodake was going to be constructed. Okay. And as a candidate on the ticket of the NDC, that was my message. Believing very much that once the NDC is elected into office, then it's something that was doable, or we could all work hand in hand to ensure that the roads were constructed. Unfortunately, the NDC lost power in 2016, giving a chance to the MPP administration to come to government. Indeed, I continued my bidding, persistence, advocacy, calling on the minister, and finally, a loan to the tune of 350 million euros was approved for the construction of a bridge on the Afram River and extension of roads to nearby communities. It was later on the minister came out and said that the funding was not coming and that the complementary budget, which was about $92 million that was received, was being extended to construct the Jeso Konongo bypass. Of course, we spoke about it. As a member of parliament, that is all I can do. Yeah. It is up to the executive arm of government to execute. And so if the executive arm of government feels that the Afram Plains is not their priority, there's little or nothing I can do.
Before the main thing was, they were supposed to bring that here to construct the road. And
if
they diverted it.
Archives or the Hansard Department of Parliament from 2021, this were some of the arrangements and bills. It was an Exim Bank, African Exim Bank loan that we actually had an agreement approved, and till date, this is the situation that we are faced with. I would say that, yes, out of the 575 communities, I have over 222 on the island. So it's not just the Dwarf Island. The Dwarf Island hosts a total of 118 communities. Okay. And we have the Duja Island. The Duja Island also hosts a total of 86 communities. And so we have other communities that are also on the lake, but they have been classified as inland because the place is being zoned into 3. Afram Plains in totality is a 1/3 of the eastern region. So you just cast your mind back. If currently we have a total of 33 constituencies in the eastern region, and 1/3 Afram Plains.
Yeah.
Then that gives you an idea of how huge the place is, with majority of the population being settled on the land, on the islands and on the lake. And so basically I think that government in general is not doing their best. I don't even think that, because my first time in Parliament, what I did was to highlight the situation of Afram Plains and other riverine communities, and yet nothing was done about it. So I sincerely think that government as an institution is not even aware of the situation of Afram Plains. So we will continue to push, we'll continue to speak about it.
To make sure your voice is
we'll
heard in Parliament,
to advocate
represent
and
your
make sure
people.
that exactly
Yeah.
we represent our people to the best of our abilities.
Finally, before I let you go, do you believe your people retain you come in these upcoming elections?
I wouldn't want to say I'm overly confident, because sincerely I believe I have served my people. If you have the opportunity to meet with like-minded people, my regional executives, they will tell you that within the Eastern region we have a total of 8 MPs on the ticket of the NDC.
Okay.
And they will attest to the fact that I am their best MP in terms of my ability to deliver. Again, because of the nature of the constituency, everybody is looking at the road and the road network. But believe me or not, I don't know how many MPs have been able to build 3 chip compounds within a period of, say, 7 years. I don't know how many MPs have been able to build 21 pavilions. And as I'm talking to you, we have 3 classroom units that is under construction. One is at the, we have roofed it. We are yet to do the doors and the floor. But we have also started additional 2 in Avukope and Salepe that we are believing that at least we have molded the blocks. Before the year comes to an end, we should start building those classrooms. So yes, in terms of representation, I think that I have done my part. I have given my best. My mandate has been served to the best of my abilities. And so surely I am sure my people they have the confidence in me to deliver. And most importantly, when the NDC is back in power, which I'm sure in 2025 the NDC is coming, most of our challenges will be addressed. And so of course they can't afford to lose Betty Crosby Mensah.
Thank you, Honorable Crosby Mensah. It's been an honor sitting with you. And I wish you all the best in the upcoming election. It's still the campaign trail here on GhanaWeb TV, and we're continuing our tour in Afram Plains North. Honorable Betty Crosby Mensah's constituency. This is an NDC stronghold. But today we are at Abotan, so it's part of her constituency. And this is one of the many chips compound that she has built. And we'll be going in there to speak to the doctor. I can see the place is empty. I don't know what's happening. There are not many patients there today. Almost empty. So let's go inside to speak to the doctor in charge. Let me know if this chip compound is really helping the indigents here. Let's go. Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
Bye.
My name is Patricia. Please, what's your name?
I'm Emmanuel Aqua.
Dr. Emmanuel Aqua.
Yes,
Oh, okay. Okay. So this is Abotanse, right?
Yes, please.
And this chip compound was built by Honorable.
Honorable.
Yes. How long has it been here?
It's been here for about 5 years now.
5 years.
Yes,
Oh, okay. I can see a lot of folders here.
Yeah.
Apart from the major hospital, that's the Presby Hospital, this is the second one that helps the people here.
Yes, please.
So how many people do you see in a day?
About 10 people.
10 people in a day?
Yes, please.
Oh, okay, okay. And the nurses, or you're the same person, you're in charge here, you do everything?
A lot of nurses here. We are about 5 nurses.
5 nurses, okay.
Yeah, we have 1 midwife.
Okay.
And then 2 enrolled nurses.
Okay.
Yeah, some of them on leave. The midwife is also on maternity leave. So I'm the only one left taking in charge on their behalf. We conduct emergency delivery. We have been taught how to conduct emergency delivery. So
Okay.
I will do my best. If in case it beyonds me, then I refer the person to local Presby Hospital.
Okay.
We will call for the ambulance or any. If the person can sit on a motor tricycle, we call for it and then we transport the person to the hospital. At times, most of the clients here, some of them they have serious BP cases. At times they will come here and then their BP will shoot to, let's say, 200, and then that's the systolic will be 200 plus and diastolic by 100 plus, and then they will be almost convulsing. So we have to transport them to Donko Krom. I'll look out for the one who is doing the massive work.
Okay.
Yes. And then I'll look at it that when I vote, I won't waste my vote.
Yeah.
I'll vote for the one who is bringing impact to our area. GM has been a president before, and he has done a lot for Ghana and then so many constituencies. So looking at what he did in the past, we also believe that he can do more than what he did. So he can be an option.
He can be an option,
Yes,
but you don't think he'll be the main. He's just, what of Baumia?
Baumia, all are good, but you know, when it comes to certain key things like this, we know whom we will vote. We've heard that he has built not only this chips compound, he has built about 3 of them at places that I've heard of it, but I haven't been there. But my colleagues who are working there are telling me that it was through her that chips compound came into existence.
Okay. So we just spoke to the doctor at the chips compound at Abutanso, but I have another resident here. From Plains North, says here, and I say Abutanso Hano. Problem teach ben pa ne woha. Obesanka like penyifu hu anase wen pini hu no ye hu adwuma.
Okay, Abutanso de nka problem we wo ha ne se bia light asem. Because
ahamuni lights.
Omuni ye ni light.
Hey.
Ye ni light. But na MP so obeye light no.
Okay.
Ba ya no mo ba ye no. So almost say MP ye de anache say.
Me pacho. Wan no mo ne ya.
Me pacho MPP fuo.
Eba
ye no.
Okay.
Omo kire say MP ye light ne de anache say omo ba ye no mo ambe ye omo adwuma. Enti MP de nkrofo bi free Accra ba ye be check I have say light problem ye there wa ha sente say MP ye there force MP force ya but MPP for am pene say honorable MP enye de enye light na che say o ya o meka say omomre so na wa ye light no na omo asisi no kura but wo hwe say omo connect wires ni adenti still ogusu gina ne na so a wo pese o ye light na de ye ma Abutanso fu.
It's still a rainy day here. It has been hectic driving all the way from Donko Krom to Agalakopa through the woods and thick forests with no building in sight on a deplorable road. It's very serious. We are at, as I said, Agalakopa, and this is what Honorable Betty is building. There's a 3-classroom block. This used to be their classroom, also in a deplorable state, but she came to the aid of her people to build this, which is still under construction. According to her, she will be done shortly for the people in Agalakopa to start. They wouldn't have to travel all the way from here to Donko Krom. This will be their main classroom. It's still a rainy day, and the show is still the Company Trio here on GhanaWeb TV.
Tornado, Ntako.
Taco. Oh, okay.
Ntako.
Ntako. Oh, okay. Mroku, enkenye omuaka fudam na mi vivien Agalakopa.
Nyola mio school school mele bien school mele madabala woni mi aka ma te wunani.
Okay.
Mi ga kpela wunya be mio la mio monya. Mo le mienti.
Yeah.
Mo ha mi ba denyeju. Azon corner my school yo kana supoma teachers you mal suko regime alo kwa jira scola alo no school mola womo kama mola woni mitas de yo no va teachers you mal school ali mo suko mola school ne de yo dana be de yo ha bo school yi mal no.
Oh, okay.
Yambe Mahama na duji nini.
Nke jofi, nke jo mama ho wona mi.
Nyoni mio. Me tugbabe ame pelentira. Nabe te zole nyeji legie.
Okay.
Nabe nyami dibe hana yene yi.
Okay.
Okay.
MP Glomala.
MP
No, okay.
Parliament.
Yo, mercy. Mr. Ntako is letting us know that some of the challenges they are facing here at Agala Copper is the building. They want the 3-block building, school building that Honorable Betty has begun. They want it completed so that their children can also attend school. They want teachers here. They want their clinic so that they can also access medical care, as well as the deplorable state of the road. They want it fixed immediately. He believes JM is coming back to power, and I asked why. He says it's because of JM that Betty has been able to locate them to even come and build this for them. So they want JM to continue, as well as bringing much attention to the road for it to be fixed. It's still the campaign trail here on GhanaWeb TV, and today we end our tour in the Afram Plains North constituency, a stronghold of the NDC. In our interactions with them, they made us understand that the road, the deplorable state of the road, is their main challenge, and they're calling on government intervention. When it comes to vote, some are ready to vote. Others have not even made up their minds to vote. According to them, they have been voting for the past years, but have not seen any development whatsoever in this constituency. So they are not ready to waste their time going to queue at the polling stations to vote. The show is the campaign trail, and my name is Patricia Roxanne Hammond. We continue to our next constituency. Until then, be nice to one another.
I wish everybody to open up his brain and think well and choose a good person who can take care of this country. Not only people who comes in and say only what they want to say, convince people and give people what they small things, and then they go and put them on power. Then later on they start suffering. We don't want that kind of whatever. So I wish Ghanaians to think well, to choose their choice. They should think twice. They should sit back and think very well for so many years. If it's good for you, it's not good for your brother. If it's good for you, it's not good for your daughter. So you have to think well. Think very, very well. Who is the best person? I'm not for NPP, I'm not for NDC. I'm for the whole Ghana. So you guys should think. The way the white people are thinking, think like that. You shouldn't think like it's stupid. They give you 100 city, 200 city, you vote. Your future is very, very miserable. You guys should think well. How many years you are suffering? These people are for themselves. Don't you see the way their children are enjoying? You don't see what they buy for their kids? You don't see the cars they are using? And then you follow them? Think twice. Ghanaians should open up their mind. Not that only they say, hey, no. They shouldn't trust anybody. They should sit back and think. what their father is earning, what their mom is doing, what the brothers are doing. So they got to open up their brain and wake up. Wake up. Not this guy or whatever. They should think well. The future is more great.
And it's Talk Entertainment on GhanaWeb TV, and I'm your host, Isaac Dazi, and I'm coming to you from the red carpet of the Praise Achievement Awards 2024. Now, this third edition of the awards came up to celebrate and recognize pioneers and gospel artists in the gospel music industry in Ghana. Now, join me as I bring to you exclusive interviews, looks, and scenes from tonight's event as we celebrate and recognize our favorite gospel artists. It's Isaac Dazi once again, and this is Talk Entertainment. Stay tuned. And you are still live at the Praise Achievement Awards 2024, and I'm right here with
Stephanie.
Hi Stephanie, how you doing?
I'm good.
Okay, so I don't know what attracted you to this event, first of all.
Okay, so I got this ticket from my uncle, so that's why I'm here.
Is this your first time here?
Yeah, actually.
Okay, what are you expecting?
I'm expecting some good music and then some good awards going to some good people. Yeah.
Okay, give me 3 artists you're most expecting to see.
Well, Jometo has had one already, so I can't mention Jometo anymore. So, who else do I even know? Any good person, I mean, yeah.
Actually, I'm yet to experience the best from this program, so I can't wait.
This one you're shaking there.
I'm here to get myself wet, dance to the stream, Charlie, so I want the best.
Okay. The way I hear the wet, but it's okay, we'll talk.
Nothing but the best. Yes.
I remember last year, it wasn't an easy event, and I think this time around, we might not know, but my expectation is that I prefer that between Nasi and then Jometo, and then also we have Pessie. I know these 3 people have worked so really short time, so I'm expecting any of them, if he wins the award, it's not with a surprise. I'll be glad and I'll be happy about that.
So what are your expectations for tonight?
My expectation for tonight is huge. My expectation is that we want to see gospel music being lifted to another level. Now, if you look at the decor here, if you look at the decor, the red carpet, the whole area, how it's been painted and how it's been celebrated. I mean, this is what we're expecting for gospel music. Now, when we have people, enterprises and organizations that can be able to do this for the gospel industry, it means that with a strong sponsorship support, gospel music can take to another level. And for me, that's what I represent. And that's all the fight, that's all the talking, and that's all where the exchange is all about. Making sure gospel music rise to the occasion. Gospel music rise to another level so that we can shake the nations. Because Ghana, we have the talent. And for me, trust me, we are here in that number to support.
Okay, speaking of tonight, what are you expecting from tonight?
I mean, here to have fun, first of all. I have 7 nominations. So let's see. We're just here. Last year I had 4 nominations. I didn't get an award. This year 7. I came with a basket, so.
That's it. Okay, so the award shows are coming up. What are you expecting from tonight?
Tonight I'm expecting the best album of the year, video of the year, Ebangoso song of the year, and Ebangoso artist of the year, and maybe male artist of the year.
I feel like you don't carry all the awards go out.
I for carry my Juma. We are Juma so did Mami Didi and Pacho. Why?
Have a nice day.
and gentlemen, Christian Martinez. Next in line, but for the that's right. See the grace of me, favor of me, the mercies I see. Things of love you have, peace you have, joy you have. It's not by might, not by power, just by the Holy Ghost. I'm not ashamed to tell the world. Declare it my life, come on, get out of here, let's see.
Best Christian Blogger of the Year
goes to
DJ Reverend, DJ Bless.
the best gospel DJ of the year 2024 goes to DJ Bless.
Instrumentalist of the Year.
And the winner is Stephen Painting.
Christian Radio Program of the Year.
The winner is Sunny TCA Gospel Countdown by Nino Eden.
God is working. So we make Charlie. Hurry up.
So you make a talk. So I want to say a special thank you.
Christian TV Program of the Year.
And the winner is Assembly Morning Show on Pen TV.
1, 2, 3, we go!
Discovery of the Year.
And the winner is Kwebute.
Urban Gospel Song of the Year.
You don't feel that vibe? You don't feel the vibe like front band featuring the middle of the water? Urban Gospel Song of the Year.
Urban Gospel Artist of the Year.
Present the Urban Gospel Artist of the Year. And the winner is Scott Evans. Ladies and gentlemen, come on, make some noise for
New Artist of the Year.
and the winner is Queen Dali.
So 1 down, 5 more to go.
I don't know. Did you expect this?
This particular one, no. I mean, these things, I get nominations a lot, across schemes. So I just go with an open mind. Like I would always say, we're not doing this for the awards, but when you get the recognition, it kind of gives you some sort of boost to keep doing what you're doing because people are enjoying it. And I think the joy of this was the moment the nomination list was played on the screen, people just started screaming, Queen Darling, Queen Darling. So I'm like, okay.
But then what do you think this means for your career moving forward?
It's a blessing, and I'm thankful for it. We're going to keep working. We're going to keep serving God. We're going to keep pushing the gospel. My life is totally dedicated to pushing the gospel and for the kingdom. So we're just going to keep doing what we're doing. And I want to say a big thank you to everyone who supported us and gotten us here and everyone who voted. God bless you.
Okay, so for the Christian Television Presenter of the Year, our winner is Mefia Benton.
Thank you.
human mercy.
Well, it's also a place of worship. I mean, it's an awards event, but I mean, gospel musicians coming together, definitely there'll be worship, you know, to praise our Maker and then magnify His name. So it's really to have a moment with God, mainly. And then, of course, the awards. Yeah. Well, I think it's something that is going to promote excellence. I mean, it's not really about the awards, but it's a way of motivating, you know, the industry to do well. That God deserves the best. I always say that God is a God of excellence, and so anything you do in His name should be excellent. So I think it's their own small way of trying to encourage those of us in the industry to put in our best foot.
Artist of the Year Africa is Mercy Chuo, Nigeria. Best Gospel Song Africa, Big God by Tim Godfrey. As for Basil Lacquer from the US.
And the artist of the year goes to Nasi!
We are finally at the climax of the Praise Achievement Awards 2024, and I'm here with the big winner himself, Nasi, with just 5 awards, including the most coveted awards, Song of the Year. How does it feel?
It feels good, but you know, if you work hard and your hard work is rewarded, I mean, you feel good. So I'm honored also. I'm honored for everybody that, voted for us. Yeah, I'm happy.
Like, what was this that made Aseda so special? That it was like everywhere. Even up to now, if I hear the song, it still causes that feeling. What was it that made it so special?
Aseda is it's like a personal story for everybody, because immediately you hear the song, the lyrics, like it's more like as if it's your story that I'm singing. And I know God brought that song for a particular reason, and it's my own personal story. So definitely everyone that hears the song can relate to that, because we all have been through, and as a Christian, that's why we tell our testimony. I mean, all the time we share our testimony for people to also know what God is doing in our lives. So Aseda it's the lyrics. It's the lyrics, yeah.
Okay, and what does this mean for your career moving forward? I mean, Aseda is not just the last. More are coming. What does this mean for you?
I feel this is just the beginning of everything, and I need to work more. I need to work harder, and also if you are given this kind of sword, it's like you are on the battlefield. So you are leading millions of soldiers to, go to the battlefield and then win the war. So we'll go and then win the war. We'll continue sing our song, our warfare songs, and then make sure we win souls for Christ. So now the mantle has been handed over to me. So I'll do my best to lead my people.
And lastly, the gospel music industry in general. What does it mean for the future of the gospel music industry? Basically, the awards, your wins, and everybody else who came. What does this mean for them?
It means a lot, because it's despite we are doing God's work. If your name is also mentioned and you are being rewarded for the work that you are doing, it pushes you to do more. But I think most of the things that we need more is not only the plaques or the awards. We need financial support. even the organizers of this event, they need more financial support. We call for corporate bodies to come on board to support us and then help us. When we go to them for sponsorship, they should help. They should give us every need that we will need, so that the little that they can give us will push us to go far. So we need a lot of financial support. So I would say Praise Achievement Awards means a lot to gospel industry, the fraternity. So we praise to them. We thank them for doing what they are doing for us. Praise be to them.
So hopefully we're going to see you next year.
Of course. Of course.
Thank you. Have a nice day, sir.
And also don't forget that this year is the year of our election. So please, each and every one that is going out there to vote, please be careful. Don't go and then create any issue with you and anybody. Just go and vote, cast your vote peacefully and come back home peacefully. Make sure the next 2 years or 3 years we'll meet again and then continue to propagate the gospel.
And finally, we have come to an end to the third edition of the Praise Achievement Awards 2024. As many people expected, it was a night of fun, a night of blessings, a night of power, and a night of winners. Congratulations to all the winners and nominees, especially our big winner of the night, Nasi, who went on with the most coveted Artist of the Year award. This has been Talk Entertainment, and I've been your host, Isaac Dazi. And so once again, I'll see you again.
Me voting there, I even told my colleagues I'm selling my vote, because whether I vote for you or not, I'm still going to suffer. So when you give me an amount of 1,000 and I vote, I think I have something better in it. Whereby me going to vote just free like that. No, I will not vote free. When you give me money, I'll vote for you. I'm selling my vote. That's to me. Because after all voting, I'll just come back, ride my motor. It's not like I don't have good grace. I'm having good grace in the house. Nobody to help.
Kwalebu was, I think, 380.
380 Ghana cedis.
Yes. But private, some are 500, 450, some are 800, 860.
Per session,
yes.
You have to do 2 every
week.
Yeah.
Even if someone earns 5,000 Ghana cedis every month, that person cannot keep paying 380 cedis 3 times a week for dialysis.
Majority of the people who need dialysis to survive in Ghana don't even earn half of the amount mentioned.
Some people battling organ diseases end up losing their jobs because their companies cannot keep paying them for always being absent.
How are these people expected to afford the monies needed for dialysis as well as other expenses, talk less of the huge amounts they have to come up with for transplantation surgeries outside Ghana when they get donors?
It is because of these people that GhanaWeb in August 2023 launched the organ donation legislation campaign to push for the country to pass a law that will guide organ harvesting and transplanting.
As Kolebu plans to increase dialysis fees, the situation requires quicker attention and action.
And so, we must get Parliament to start discussing the organ donation bill and pass it into law.
Now, when this bill is passed, more lives will be saved and the financial burden on patients would be reduced.
And that is why we need you to join us on this campaign. Join the campaign by sending a 1-minute video of yourself sharing why Ghana needs a legislation on organ donation now to editor@ghanaweb.com or via WhatsApp 0552 699 625. Alternatively, you can share the video directly on your social media handles with the hashtags #PassOrganDonationLaw and #LegalizeOrganDonationNow. Organ failure should not be a death sentence.
former President John Dramani Mahama signing the pact. He is traveling and needs to get going. Hassan Ayaraga is also signing now. I would like to invite His Excellency Dr. Bawumia to also make himself available for signing, please. You are next.
That's worked. So she needs to stick to, so someone will start this to expire you have the link. But is it according to this? Is that has been removed? So this is 3. And then 4 would be this way. No, it goes like this.
Up to give her remarks is Nana Akosia from Poma Sapon Kumankuma Convention People's Party.
Okay. 4 minutes. Okay. Beloved compatriots, excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen,
for being here. Next to give his remarks is Mr. Kofi Krantain, independent candidate. Next is Mr. Alan John Kojo Trematin, independent candidate. Peace Pact 2024 with the last signature going on there. The witnesses, okay. The witnesses, IGP Dampare, if you would please present yourself to witness the signing. I don't see.
Let me give it to you. Or mention them quickly. You'll be the last person to say. After quick day, after this one.
Next witness is the Executive Director of IDEC, Dr. Emmanuel O. Akwete.
No citizen should put themselves in harm's way by forcing the police to arrest them. Our duty on that day is to go and vote. When you vote, you go home. When it's time to count, you come and count. When they do whatever they need to do, you do it and you go home, you hear the result. Free, fair, transparent election. Don't ask for trouble for yourself. So for me, as a result of listening to the police, I want to convince myself that there will be peace. And anybody who does not want to work for peace by misbehaving has himself or herself to blame.
I want to use this opportunity to call on all of us to ensure there's peace, stay away from trouble, don't be used by any actor to foment violence or create chaos in any way or form. Stay away from all these and let's ensure that our elections are peaceful.
Everybody should just be vigilant, and also when you cast your vote, there's no need for any violence. So just cast your vote, wait till the time for the vote to be counted. When your party wins, praise God. When your party loses, still praise God, because at the end of the day, Ghana is our our home country, so we don't have any other country that we can run to. So just stay peace and then stay calm, and then let's embrace one another.
It's important thing that lies ahead of us. Voting is a sovereign power and decision that has been given to us. We should exercise it, but also think of our country, so that at the end of the day we are so strong. I don't think we should fight. We should destroy things and so on. But from the assurances it's given, everybody is given equal rights, protected and asked to go and cast their votes to make a decision, which they also say everybody must respect. So it's good. Let's hope that it goes so well, and then it would have changed how sometimes with elections, voting, the problems and the challenges and so on.
Our children, our mothers, our grandmothers would need peace to live. When there is war, it is our mothers and children, the grown-ups, the old ladies who suffer. And we don't want to take them through that kind of stress. Besides, we are the young ones, the energetic, whose hands lies the future of Ghana. And we are trusting that we will all work to protect our future, our very lives, and also protect the future of this country. We cannot afford to jeopardize our own lives through elections.
Peace is important. Peace makes our lives okay. And so I want to urge the people of Ghana that as we are going to the polls, it's important for us to go through the process peacefully, so that we can continue our daily activities, we can continue the normal things we do. And a lot of people come to Ghana because of the peace we enjoy, and so we shouldn't take that for granted. We should appreciate the peace, because in countries where there is no peace, we have seen what that looks like, and I don't think any of us would want to be in that situation. And so let's be respectful, let's listen to each other. Violence has never worked in anywhere, And so we need to promote peace, and you can have a disagreement without fighting or without engaging in violence. And so let's be respectful and engage with each other, speak with each other, not at each other, and also use respectful words or comments in our engagements, so that come December 7th, we would go to the polls and not just go about with our normal activities. We're not being afraid to come out or for any reason. So especially the youth, you have a lot of bright future ahead of you. Don't let anyone use you to engage in any violence activities. It's important for you to chase your dreams, make your family proud, and just survive in your country.
What's your name? I'm Grace. Okay, Grace. We have a few days to elections. What will influence your vote in 2024?
Nothing will influence my vote in 2024. I am not voting for any party in this country. They are not doing anything. Practically, they are the same. When we vote them into power, they just come and they just do what they want. They don't even think about we, the voters, who voted for them to come in power. I am not voting this year.
So all you do on 7 December?
Eat and sleep.
What my wish is, I wish everybody to open up his brain and think well and choose a good person who can take care of this country. Not only people who comes in and say only what they want to say, they convince people and give people what they small things, and then they go and put them on power. Then later on they start suffering. We don't want that kind of whatever. So I wish Ghanaians to think well, to choose their choice. They should think twice. They should sit back and think very well for so many years. If it's good for you, it's not good for your brother. If it's good for you, it's not good for your daughter. So you have to think well. Think very, very well. Who is the best person? I'm not for NPP, I'm not for NDC. I'm for the whole Ghana. So you guys should think. The way the white people are thinking, think like that. You shouldn't think like it's stupid. They give you 100 city, 200 city, you vote. Your future is very, very miserable. You guys should think well. How many years you are suffering? These people are for themselves. Don't you see the way their children are enjoying? You don't see what they buy for their kids? You don't see the cars they are using? And then you follow them? Think twice.
What might influence your decision to vote this year?
The dollar bill is affecting everything. In fact, price hikes. I used to buy fuel at a very low price, but now I spend so much money buying fuel because I move around a lot. That's what's going to influence my decision.
Okay, so are you going to change inside, or are you going to make it possible?
No, I'm going to change. I'm going to vote for John Mahama.
For me, I've seen the revolution. My two eyes like this. This time, what are we seeing? This time. What are we seeing? They are chopping the money just like that. I'm blaming Rollins at the cemetery there. I'm blaming Rollins. Somebody came just and he started chopping money. I'm from the bank. He said, no, we should go and come tomorrow. I'm going and I'll come tomorrow. People are just only relaxing, chopping the money just like that. The money is in Ghana. They say Ghana. When you came, where are we?
Nothing will influence my vote in 2024. I am not voting for any party in this country. They are not doing anything. Practically, they are the same. When we vote them into power, they just come and they just do what they want. They don't even think about we, the voters, who voted for them to come in power. I am not voting this year.
I have to look at the situation and therefore I have to vote for the person that I vote for. And I also let Ghanaians to also vote well and make sure they tread the way. You know, the two people in Ghana today, we are looking at things that people have been doing, things that influence people also. So I think I'll vote well. No, I'll vote. So if you too can vote, you'll vote. So I'll vote based on the economy. Yeah, I'll vote. Yeah. I cannot tell you who I'm going to vote for.
What will influence my decision on 7th December is, at the end of the day, we are looking for Ghana to change. NDC has 24-hour economy, MPP has free education and Baumia, but movement for change, Ghana will rise again. I have one question for all of us. If Ghana, NDC and MPP are drowning in a ditch and you have one person to save, would you save NDC, MPP or Ghana? I rest my case.
Media minimum media me show my media. Mahama Ghana youth no omoto abama Mahama ne Ghana fa na tuma kwafra. Saa ne ma no a ekoso no Ghana be say you Ghana be you be free asofo. Obi ma meti the baby no obo ne bayi say oye bayi fo. Sebita frete o sorry no kwatna petition ba na wo no msa wo ma me ne so oye bayi fo ti kwatna ko no msa. Je de e po man a ye pe president oba obeti ase ye de ne secretary say wo abebo bayi on form a chance of parliament, man. Near found copies.
But what you say, Nebea, you be about with my boy, I am a man across my Javande, but we are going to do. You don't want to say a day, man, and the man, and we are going to. I know an answer.
Last time for no, omo say onipa waji schedule. Oye dia one day o me years atwede. Onfa nkodu onfa wie pada. Say dey emre bi asem wajan. Obo penalty money bo po no. Since that day. Last time for Debi. Udi agro. Na ma open for kra anwo by force on Ogumase. Coach ni dey, udi so coach na nkasa onu ankasa oni angije onimu. Ohwe ni TV so no okasa kra udi so onye confident. Onye nipa maintain of the ba onye nipa wo confidence bi ewo ni mu because the way obesi akasa the way obesi as a bema pa wo gina so ni tiri mu a obotinu sakola ba wo ni echo so ya bema ba ni mu no o to sini bebre o to ni confidence bi a wo ni mu coach na tell you something oh man pa ne ba bi ntan na onko do na yire ma anko di odo.
Sex is a beautiful thing.
I know, right?
Sex lowers your blood pressure.
Sex lowers your blood pressure?
Yes, it does.
What makes it healthy?
For every round of sex, you burn 250 calories. Sex is the best stress reducer ever, but for the male and the female gender, yes.
Right there.
begin 2024 with our first episode of Moans and Cuddles, and today we're discussing the health benefits of sex. I believe it's a subject you'll be interested in because, as usual, should I say, apart from children, I believe everyone else is having sex, and we want to look at the health benefits. And today I have with me the beautiful, ever-blooming sex and family therapist, Princessa
Agri.
Yes. Princessa Agri is my guest today on the Moans and Cuddles. Welcome, Princessa.
Thank you, darling.
And my name remains Patricia Roxanne Hammond. The health benefits of sex. Please educate us, because I know sex is one difficult topic to talk about, because I believe it's all because of our upbringing. It's something we hardly talk about, but it's something that when we start discussing it, talking about the benefit, talking about the do's and don'ts, it's going to help a lot of homes. For those believing God for pregnancy and families, those going through trauma, and you know it all. Please help us.
Thank
the
you
health
for having
benefits of
me.
sex. So we'll have to do both the men and then the women.
Okay, I think I would just maybe put them a little bit in a box and then I'll start separating
Sure.
them. Sex is a beautiful thing.
I know, right?
Especially in the confines of marriage. Yes, because why I say it's a beautiful thing in the confines of marriage, because you won't have to be thinking too many things. What are we? Who are we? Who are us? You know, after the whole thing. But the beautiful thing of sex is that it comes with its own benefits. It's not just for us to multiply and replenish the earth and blow it off to 9 billion people if we are not already up to 9 billion. But it's also very, very healthy to have sex.
What makes it healthy?
First and foremost, sex lowers your blood pressure.
Sex lowers your blood pressure?
Yes, it does, because when you have sex and then you have sweet sex, not forceful sex, please, which is rape, you have sex with your partner or your spouse, then you get to orgasm. Do you know what it does? It releases a lot of oxytocin and dopamine into your system that if your blood pressure was skyrocketing, it will just bring it down, because you have all these happiness hormones being released into you. And
That is after sex?
Yes, and then it lowers your blood pressure.
Did you hear that? Sex lowers blood pressure.
Yes, and it also helps in combating heart disease. Like, yes, because imagine you're having a tight artery. Your heart is going to pump twice the time to pump more blood into your body, because your genitals need blood to function, especially when you are aroused. Is blood going very quickly from your heart down to your genitals.
Okay.
So it's going to expand your blood vessels and pump blood. So you see, it reduces the risk of heart disease. That's another benefit of having sex. That's another health benefit of having sex. And it also boosts your immune system. It does boost your immune system.
So it lowers blood pressure, it helps with cardiovascular diseases, and then it boosts your immune system. So you don't have to rely on the vitamins.
But do you know what sex does?
Tell me.
For every round of sex, you burn 250 calories. Yes.
Okay. For both the men and the women?
Both the men and the women.
Because it's mostly, let's say it's sometimes 60% the men in action.
If I feel sex should be mutual.
Okay.
You don't just have to let it be for you alone. But you have to put the woman into the mood. You have to depend on foreplay. You have to boost her sexiness even before the main thing. I think that's where men get it wrong a lot of times.
Okay.
You will not mind the woman throughout the day. And then in the night, you want to have something very wet and sweet down there. You won't have it. You're going to have a cranky woman when you just come. Your mind is your biggest sex organ. Sex happens in the mind.
Yeah.
First. If it doesn't work in the mind, the other part is just for show, right? So if you want to make this woman very relaxed, both of you are off maybe minding your own businesses that you came to do. You send, hello, hi, sexy, how are you? I can't believe I'm married. such a beautiful woman. Maybe if she has lovely lips like you do, your husband can say, oh, you have beautiful lips. I can't wait to kiss it. Hey, she will apply the lip gloss or the lipstick more, you know. Or I can't just wait to touch the softness of your body. You telling a woman that alone will boost her self-esteem.
And it sends the message right there.
Yes. And she's ready. And she'll be like, really, my skin is soft. Maybe she was thinking her skin was dry and stuff. My husband says my skin is soft. And then you find out that she comes back home, she goes into the bathroom, she scrubs, she applies a lotion. Oh, yeah, I have a soft skin.
Yeah.
She'll be making her own TV advert in front of the mirror. That's another health benefit. You've boosted someone's self-esteem. The same thing with the man too. The woman sends him compliments. God, you're the best thing that has ever happened to me. I just can't wait to ride you. And for the men, if they read that, they might have instant erection. So yeah, because of how they are
Sending
wired.
the positive compliments and all that. Even if it's not true, at least try and create something just to make the person.
His shoulder pads will go high. In his head, he'll be singing, I'm walking on sunshine. Oh.
That's nice.
And then you compliment the man. You compliment him and say, oh, I can't wait for you to kiss me. You kiss me so good. I tell you, he will go, if he's in the office, he will go buy toothbrush to brush his teeth before he comes home. So that he could kiss you from the door. Or he's going to throw mints into his mouth to kiss you from the door.
And I believe that rings in the mind the whole day, like wanting to get home to meet your partner.
Yes.
Yeah.
So that's it. And then other health benefit of sex is especially during menses. I know a lot of us will shy away from menstrual sex. No, we've heard it's unclean, it's dirty. Come on. Menses is not dirty. Menses is your life force.
You know, there's this thing like okay, so I'm still going to list what you mentioned. Healthy sex lowers blood pressure. Healthy sex helps with cardiovascular diseases. Healthy sex boosts your immune system. And the fourth one is healthy sex. The pressure, period pains.
Yes.
It helps with period pains.
Yes, with period pains.
But with the periods, it helps with the cramps. Whilst you are in your flow. Because I'm wondering, you're in pain, the blood is flowing, you wet the whole place with blood, like sting the whole place with blood. How does it help? I'm looking at the whole scenario. Yeah.
Okay, this is it. If both of you are comfortable with each other, I will recommend having period sex under the shower. If you're scared of seeing blood.
Having period sex under the shower.
Yes.
So whilst you're having sex, the shower must be on to be washing away the blood.
Yes.
Okay.
You have that. And then another thing again is that if you really want to enjoy period sex, don't have it on the first and the second day. It should be on the third and the fourth day.
Okay.
That's why you enjoy it. Because when you take your bath, the period won't come.
It doesn't come immediately. Yeah.
And then you could have sex and it will
reduce
the cramps that you have. And man, you have free lubrication there. And some women actually get pregnant during those times, because most of them, their body, some women are ovulating while they're seeing their period.
Okay, so the ovulation doesn't happen the 14th day prior to the period. Whilst you're in the period, that is when ovulation, or maybe ovulation happens few days to the period.
Few days to the, just like maybe a day after the period, or it's just coming down a day after. So most of the time, I've had cases where the people didn't have a child for some years, but when they tried period sex, they got pregnant. And they got to find out that they have to have sex during the third and the fourth day of seeing their menses, of their flow.
Yeah.
That was when they got pregnant. So
it's also okay. So
I know if some people were like, no, go ask your medical professionals. Yes, they will tell you.
Because I'm hearing this for the first time.
Oh, it does.
Period sex can help you conceive quickly if you believe in like for so many years and there's nothing happening.
So try period sex.
Try period sex if you're believing to conceive and nothing is happening. So just try period sex according to Madam Princessa Agri. She's a family and a sex therapist. I'm enjoying this conversation.
Me too. I don't get tired talking about sex.
I told you. See, it's what you don't get tired.
I don't get tired talking about sex. I don't get tired. Another health benefit of sex is that when we talk about health benefit of sex, please, both of you have to be STI, STD free. Right? If not, you just be exchanging.
Reinfecting each other.
Yes, doubling each other's viral load. No, you're infecting each other. So the thing is, both of you have to be healthy sexually to have it. And then, health benefit of sex is this: it gives you beautiful skin.
That is why we normally say women are glowing after sex.
Of course. You have good orgasms, you just be glowing. Your collagen is released into your system. Don't you know that? Haven't you maybe messed up? Maybe when you were in secondary school, you have this teacher that was unmarried and she was the crankiest of them all. What do you students used to say then?
She's having a lot of sex.
No, she's not having sex. That's why she's cranky.
Oh, okay.
Yes, the teacher is unmarried, maybe.
And then others will even say, I think this woman needs sex.
Yes.
When she gets someone to lay her, she will come back to normal. And the days you see her all smiley all over the place, something happened last night.
Yes. So another health benefit of sex is that it helps with your skin. It makes you glow.
What about the man?
The same thing with the man. The same thing with the men.
Okay, it's mostly with the women that we say, oh, you're glowing.
Look at the man. If a man is having good sex, I can tell.
Oh, okay.
I can tell when a man is having good sex. I can tell. It shows in their skin. It shows in the spring of their walk. It shows in the way they smile.
Does lots of sex make you put on
weight?
Yes.
No, it
makes you gain weight, or it
only make you gain weight in your hips. If you're a lady, that's when it will be visible. And for the ladies, maybe if you don't have money to go to the gym, or you're lazy about the gym, your man is your gym. Please get on the gym machine. And
so is it that you have to rather be on top?
Yes, you have to be on top and practice your squats.
Oh, okay.
Yes, it helps. It helps when you have sex, like maybe you have sex like 5 times a week.
5 times?
Didn't you see that man that said men should have sex 21 times a month? So come on, Trisha.
5 times? Okay, 5 times a week.
Okay, let's say 3 times a week.
It's possible. I thought of Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, but anyway.
No, let's put it to 3 times a week. Sunday morning sex is very, very interesting. Of course. Leave first service for single people. Leave first service for single people. You that is married. Sunday morning sex. You know, the children tend to sleep longer on Sunday morning.
Yes.
Oh, when the man erection is there, you could climb it. And then if your wife is just sleeping butt naked, and then you run your hand under there, you see it's dripping wet. It's always dripping wet in the mornings. And then, come on, Sunday morning is a fellowship. Sex is a devotion, I will always say.
Okay. We'll have to go on break. Sex is a devotion. Early Sunday morning sex.
On SMS.
For short, SMS. I believe you enjoyed this conversation. And today is... Okay, let me just leave the day out. But just have that in mind. If you didn't hear anything, know that Sunday sex as SMS is also very important. Sex makes you glow, both the men and the women. Sex helps you with cardiovascular diseases. Healthy sex boosts your immune system and then lowers blood pressure. We'll be right back after this break.
Everyone needs the perfect snack to munch on during a fun moment. Wow. Enjoy the tasty but very twist cupcakes, deliciously baked and packaged for a sweet treat. Premium quality cakes baked with love for all, enriched in butter and milk.
Yummy. Oh.
McBurry Twist Cupcakes, simply irresistible. Try one today. This advert is FDA approved.
Esther Mons and Cuddles here on GhanaWeb TV with me, Patricia Roxanne Hammond. Today we're discussing the health benefits of sex. And my guest has been Madame Princessa Agri. She's a family and sex therapist. Before we went on break, she told me about the fact that healthy sex helps lowers blood pressure. That's high blood pressure. It helps with your cardiovascular diseases. Period pains also helps reduce the cramps. And those who are believing to conceive and there is nothing happening, you should try having sex in between periods because it helps a lot. And in as much as it will help you conceive quickly, it can also reduce the cramps you're going through. Yeah. And it's good to compliment. You need to compliment your partner. Before you initiate anything, try and then compliment your partner. Like say nice things to them before you start, because that alone releases a lot of happiness hormones, as she said. It releases lots of happiness hormones. And then it makes the women glow and makes the men also glow. It gives you beautiful skin. We are continuing the conversation, and I believe you are getting educated and enjoying it. Health benefits of sex.
Yes. Oh,
So we continue.
The way you look at me like, how benefit of sex? Okay, so what do you have in your box?
I want to know all, because it's something we hardly talk about.
Okay, if someone is having insomnia or sleep disorders,
it happens a lot.
A good sex helps you sleep.
Okay.
Yes, and make sure it's not just sex. Get to orgasms. You will sleep off. Yeah.
Orgasm for the woman and then ejaculation for the man.
Men too have orgasms. There's a difference between orgasms and ejaculation.
Tell
Most
me.
most men think they've had orgasms, but what they've had is ejaculation.
So what happens when they have orgasm? How does it?
If they have orgasms, sometimes they might not ejaculate, but they go through
There's
the
this satisfaction
experience. They go through this experience. Men, toe coiling orgasms from the crown of their head down to their feet. They could feel that sensations all over their body. Yes.
Without ejaculating?
Yes,
I
without
thought because they make it look like ejaculation is like the helm of everything.
No, ejaculation is not the helm of everything. Like in my master classes, I show men how they could have full body orgasms. Yes, most women just have clitoral orgasms.
Yeah.
But they don't have the full body orgasms.
So can we dissect this? I want to understand like the orgasm for the male and then the female, like the full body orgasm. What is that?
A male can have orgasms once and then it's okay. But a woman can keep having orgasms even after the sex.
Okay.
Yes. So if orgasms, I don't know how, orgasms is experienced. There's this knowing, that, there's this satisfaction in you. You feel it. This neurotransmitters are being released into your body that I know some neurotransmitters are released when you're being touched, when you have sex talk, or when you're being kissed and stuff. But the main neurotransmitters is like just opening a nuclear head and then it goes. It's when you have full body orgasms. So when you have full body orgasms, you will sleep off, like sleep. If you, the woman, you don't want to get out of bed, even if your baby's crying. You just find out that you sleep, and when you wake up, you feel very, very relaxed. For the male and the female, so it helps if you're having sleep disorders. Maybe you are trying to catch up on. Doomsaw is spoiling your to-do list, and then trying to catch up.
Yeah, but this Doomsaw is bringing a lot of heat.
Yeah.
And discomfort, like you can't sleep well, you are sweating. How does that help? Like,
I will advise nobody should have sex during this heat, because when you have sex, you generate heat.
When there is doomsaw in quotes, when there is power outage, there should be power outage for the body as well.
Yes.
No sex.
No sex, please. The weather is too hot. Just imagine the sweat.
Yeah.
You're sweating already. Oh, they should have. Come on. This light is our right. They should release it. And then another thing, the health benefit of sex is that it helps if you're going through anxiety and depression. That's why the Bible will say that it's not good.
Anxious for nothing.
Yes, it's not good for a man to be alone. Because when those anxiety comes, when those depression comes, at least you have someone you talk to, and then you will end up having sex. It brings it down.
It brings it down. Oh, okay.
Yes, it does brings it down. And then if you're stressed, super stressed at work, at your business place and stuff, just maybe you come back home and then your husband say, babe, how was your day? And then, you know, we women would like to explain from when the traffic lights, they go. And he's like, okay, no problems, just sit down, have some water, have some food. And then maybe he runs your bath water for you. And then both of you, you know, when you're married for long, you could actually enjoy each other's poop smell. And then you are just having a discussion in the bathroom, and then he walks into the shower while you're bathing. Look, let me just scrub your back. You know, if men say, let me scrub your back or massage your back. It always ends. It always ends.
You don't have your free. You don't just have the massage and go. Something must.
There must be an entry. So just imagine you're stressed, and then all this happen, and then you have some good sex. It reduces the stress. But I think the men have it better.
Yeah.
Yes, the men, they do have it better. Like, they calm the wife, and then you just have the stress, the sex. The stress level goes from 100 to 0.
Yeah.
Yes. So most times, women don't understand when their husband wants to have sex with them when they're super stressed in the office. It's kind of a mechanism in men that tells them sex reduces stress. The men know. So
and immediately they have sex with their partners.
Yes,
they just sleep off.
They sleep off.
And then you realize the woman is awake, wondering, but why are you
He
asleep?
was reducing stress. The stress he was going through, he can't tell you. He can't tell you right now. It was just that sex was going to, like his medicine, like something was going to calm him down. Yes. I think sex is the best stress reducer ever. But for the male and the female gender, yes, it is. It is. It reduces stress a lot. Try it. I'm telling you, try.
Please take note. Sex is the best stress reliever. In case you're stressed, I think it should just be for married people, Wana.
For married people, though, because if you're married, don't say, "Oh, Sessa said we should have sex." Please, marry. When you marry, you have the license to
have sex
anywhere, but not in public places, please.
Oh, obviously.
Decorum.
Morning, afternoon, evening, anytime. When you're stressed, you know your partner is at home. Oh, so what happens to those whose partners are out of town?
That is why I don't advise that couples should be far apart for a long time. Maybe because of work or something. People should create a time when one person can visit the other at least twice in a year.
Okay.
But keep your communication lines open. That's the most important thing. The communications lines should be open, because without mutual communication, without constant communication, sex is a no-no.
Okay. So we've spoken about stress reliever. We've spoken about depression and anxiety. We've spoken about I'm just enjoying the conversation, you know. So it's relief stress. Good sex relieves you of the stress for both the male and then the female.
It helps with sleep.
It helps with sleep. It helps with the pain. I think that was what we spoke about in the first segment. Yeah, let's continue. I'm getting so interested.
Oh, Patricia. Oh, if we want to talk about sex, we'll leave here. We won't leave here.
I'm so interested.
Do you know sex also boosts your creativity?
Sex boosts creativity?
Yes, it does.
I know women would love to sing after sex. You don't know where the song comes from, but something just within, you just start singing, and it's mostly Thanksgiving songs.
You're having it good, so why won't you sing? If you're not having good sex, you won't sing.
Okay.
So it's,
as you said, it releases the happiness hormones
within
so.
you, and then it also boosts your creativity. You find that let me say you're a creative person. Check immediately you have sex. All the ideas, they start coming. Yes, they do. They start coming. You tend to like, light bulb moment. Then you get up to put those things into work, or you put them into writing and stuff. You found that you could do this thing. It goes down and boosts your creativity if you're a creative person.
So this goes out to all the creative graphic designers out there and other creative departments. Good sex brings a lot of ideas. Like you're sitting down, you're asking, like, how do I put this together?
That's what sometimes I would tell couples to, if your husband or your wife have a private office, sometimes surprise them with office sex.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, leave the bedroom.
Be creative.
Be creative, because
spontaneous, anywhere, everywhere.
If the bedroom
apart from public,
yeah. If the bedroom should have lips, they was telling people, guys, get out of here. Some people haven't had sex. Some people haven't had sex apart from their bedrooms.
Yeah.
But they have other rooms. They have the kitchen, they have the living room, they have the dining, they have the laundry room, they have the balcony. Imagine having sex on your balcony under the full moon. Yes.
That is when everybody's asleep.
Yes, of course. If you have children, send them to their grandparents, please.
and make it a sex day.
Yeah, have a sex date.
Yeah.
If you're having problems, some people say, oh, but Cesar, the sex doesn't come. Schedule sex. Schedule sex. Said, okay, you and your husband have a date night, or go out on a date to plan your sex life. Say, okay, for the month of April we are going in. How are we going to improve on our sex lives? Okay, Monday, Tuesday, look for a day when you both are free. Okay, maybe on Friday, right? We'll have a sex date. Start from Thursday to plan the Friday. Start sending each other maybe little gift. You come back home with little gift for tomorrow. We're having a sex date, and maybe if you're the man, you could give her money to go get her nails done, her hair done, or maybe get waxed. Or both of you could actually plan having waxing together or pedicure.
So we'll talk about that in our next discussion.
So you see, if you don't have this sex date plans, most people will just say, anytime the sex come. No. When you plan it, you're going to benefit this healthy. You're going to have this healthy benefits all down, because if it's coming by heart, it's not interesting.
Wow. I think little is thought about when it comes to sex, because it's all about the satisfaction and everybody goes their way. Others is just for the procreation and we go away, but we hardly pay attention to its health benefit. And that is very, very important. I'm glad we had this conversation, and I wish to have you on set again for another one where we get to now take it individual, like the male, what are you supposed to do, and then the female, what are you supposed to do to help with the sex, to make it more healthier and more enjoyable. Yeah. I'm glad you made it today.
Thank you so much.
My guest has been Madam Princessa Agui. She is a family and a sex therapist, and the show has been Moans and Cuddles. We discuss the health benefits of sex. We'll be coming your way next week with a part 2 of this conversation. I believe you enjoyed it. My name is Patricia Roxanne Hammond. Until then, stay blessed.
Ah.